and tilt the playing field when influential members of the international community, such as China, Russia, Turkey, or Hungary, move in an illiberal or authoritarian direction. Of course, democracy faces many challenges. In Ukraine and Moldova, for example, just like Armenia, they are trying to maintain and strengthen their democracy in the face of serious national security threats from an authoritarian neighbor. That is no easy task, but they are doing it, and so is Armenia. Despite facing security threats from hostile neighbors on multiple sides, Armenia refuses to sacrifice democratic reform and human rights. Armenian civil society keeps building on the reforms following the 2018 Velvet Revolution to push for positive change. That is exactly why I and Freedom House are here in Armenia, to listen and to learn from Armenia's extraordinary civil society. I'm very excited to be with you all today and to be part of this dialogue for democratic reform. Thank you very much for including me.
Շնորհակալություն, պարոն Աբրամովիչ։ Հարգելի հյուրեր, այժմ ողջույնի ելույթով հանդես կգա Հայաստանում Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգների դեսպան Տիկին Քրիստինա Քվինը։ Ձեր գերազանցություն համեցեք։
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to Freedom House and to the Union of Informed Citizens for organizing this second annual Forum for Democracy. I also want to commend the people of Armenia for their unwavering commitment to democratic reform despite grave security challenges. This commitment to democracy makes Armenia a bright spot in the region, as we saw in the Nations in Transition report that Freedom House published just last week. The United States stands with you on your journey towards a more open, accountable, prosperous, and secure future. In America, our concerns for human rights come not from a desire to judge others, but from humility about our own history and our own challenges. As Secretary Blinken has said, our willingness to confront these challenges, to acknowledge our shortcomings, not to ignore them or pretend they don't exist, is what distinguishes democracies from other forms of government. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we are doing together in Armenia to strengthen democracy and safeguard human rights. We are taking steps to eliminate discrimination and foster a society that embraces diversity and the rights of every individual in society, regardless of their background, beliefs, or social status. The United States is supporting your efforts to combat corruption and strengthen the rule of law, which underpins economic growth and public trust in the democratic process. We're working together to promote media freedom, protect journalist safety, and ensure the unrestricted flow of information and freedom of speech. We're also building a more resilient democratic foundation by promoting civic education and encouraging the active involvement of Armenia's very strong civil society. Of course, as in every democracy, including ours, work remains to be done. I hope this forum can drive forward a conversation about what the next steps are in growing Armenia's democratic foundation. As we move forward, we are grateful for our partnerships with Freedom House, the Union of Informed Citizens, and the Armenian government, all of you who came today. I hope this second annual Forum for Democracy can serve as a platform for discussion, sharing best practices, and forging alliances. Together, we can overcome challenges, empower individuals, and build a future where freedom, justice, and democracy prevail. I wish you all a productive discussion. Thank you very much.
Շնորհակալություն, Տիկին դեսպան։ Իր ողջույնի խոսքը ֆորումին հղել
I invite Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia to address the forum.
Thank you. Yes. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished investors, Your President of Freedom House, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you as the Armenian Forum for Democracy. This is already the second year, and I would like to say that this event, this important, this key event, will of course be continuous. It will be continuous every year, and it will become annual in its nature. And I would like to state that in the Republic of Armenia, the internet is free, the media is free, the elections are free. But I'm not highlighting this as an achievement. Indeed, I would like to highlight this as a daily truth, which is the result of our joint work. When back in 2018, there was non-violent revolution, there was democratic, and we state that democracy is the most important brand, key brand of Armenia. Many were casting doubt and dubious about this because they were saying that in the post-democratic euphoria, the government did not have any need or necessity to limit the freedoms. Yet the fact that the Armenian Forum for Democracy was first held in 2022 and not in 2019 itself is a vivid fact. Because when we highlighted that there were parliamentary elections that were free, this was also doubted, casted doubt. What would the elections have been like in other conditions? Unfortunately, these other conditions existed, and we could state that in the elections in other conditions were not less democratic or less free in any way. And this is the assessment and evaluation of the international community, which is not to say that, both in 2018 and later, the elections were flawless. Of course, the political culture is yet to be addressed. In this respect, I indeed have to highlight that democracy is the main brand of Armenia, and it is our belief, and it is our strategy. It is not just due to circumstances and not a mere coincidence. This is a political direction that the government of the Republic of Armenia and the population are consciously guiding. In this respect, I would like to highlight that there are certain serious institutional reforms derived from this, which would also lead to a higher level of human rights defense, the higher level of the dominance of law, a higher level of anti-corruption. And I would also like to note that the Republic of Armenia is also enjoying the fruits and results of these freedoms. And I believe that the high economic growth that we have today is also a result of economic freedom. Because if the economy were managed and manageable by the government, I believe that especially in the post-war period, we would have very serious and solid problems. But because these freedoms have also reached economy, that in the most decisive and difficult point, these freedoms came to help us. Allow me to also note that there is no inner threat to democracy in the Republic of Armenia. I am assured of this. And all the possible threats to the democracy of the Republic of Armenia are external. These are well known and visible to everyone. It is also important for us to be able to gather proof and respond to the, is that the most dense question probably that is amongst the public. The question is as follows. Can democracy also guarantee security? This is a question, and we believe in the positive answer, but this is yet to be proved. I hope that we will manage to do so, and I am convinced to some extent that we will be able to give a positive answer to this question. In this respect, I would like to highlight that democracy will continue to be the key brand of Armenia, and I am full of hope that also when we're talking about other brands which would be related, they would also be continuous, one of these being the high economic growth, and the second one being peace. And this unity of the three components would serve for that purpose, because we are talking about freedoms. But freedom itself is not an end in itself. It is a means to guarantee a human's well-being and happiness. This is the highest overarching aim that we are pursuing, because our issue is as follows: make sure that in democracy and in freedom conditions, a human in the Republic of Armenia would have a good well-being, be happy, be secured, and be able to do their work that they love. And in this respect, make sure that they can ensure their well-being and the well-being of the country. Of course, in our perception, democracy is a necessary yet not sufficient factor. Of course, we also have to ensure the other institutional prerequisites so that this vision becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. In order to complete the welcome remarks and the Democracy Forum, I invite the President of the Republic of Armenia, Vaghan Khachaturian. Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, honorable members of the government, dear deputies, your excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, dear President of the Freedom House organization, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome the participants and guests of the Armenian Forum for Democracy. This comprehensive event, which is already becoming a tradition, is another proof and testimony that Armenia has irrevocably and firmly set foot on the path of establishing democracy and democratic institutions, and it is irreversible. Since the day of its establishment, our republic has declared its commitment to democratic and universal values and principles. Throughout more than 3 decades of independence, the victory of democracy was being created amid numerous and various obstacles in our country. Vicious phenomena in the state administration apparatus, semi-war situation, and grave security challenges. But to the credit of the citizens of the Republic of Armenia, we can confidently state today that democracy is already an established fact in our country. Of course, the war of 2020, the subsequent external and domestic political turmoil and challenges were a serious ordeal for democratic values and ideas in Armenia. But most importantly, in this situation, the Armenian authorities not pulling back from the essence and principles of democracy, pursued the most democratic and acceptable way of resolving the issues. I mean the extraordinary parliamentary elections held in 2021, which became the most effective and transparent way of expressing the will of our citizens. Dear attendees, the title of the Democracy Forum is already binding for the statesmen, representatives of executive and legislative powers, and our citizens who follow the course of the forum. Since democracy is not only a set of freedoms, but also a responsibility, a free citizen, a free state and public figure a representative of civil society bears much greater responsibility in a free and democratic state than in any other system. This is an undeniable truth, since in the end, it was the citizen who said yes to the existence of the independent republic in the independence referendum. The issue of leadership of the country is again determined by the citizen by their vote. The vote is responsibility, which I believe is one of the most important pillars of democracy. And in the 2021 parliamentary elections, our citizens, with their free expression of will, fully undertook the responsibility with their vote. Dear participants and guests of the Forum for Democracy, I also wish to address a reality that gives rise to various interpretations. It is no secret that in the face of external challenges of our country, the Karabakh conflict, democracy has been subordinated to security issues for years. The establishment of democratic institutions was neglected at the highest level, and an attempt was made to present it as a threat. I wish to emphasize that such an opposition is not only baseless, but on the contrary, democracy is one of the primary tokens of strength and power of the state. After all, Armenia's independence referendum, Armenia's first presidential and parliamentary elections were held amid a war which was imposed upon us. So our statehood is, in a sense, also the birth of democracy. The same holds true for today also, where the wounds of the 2020 war are still fresh. The country is still coming to its senses after severe losses. It seems that democratic institutions have been pushed into the background, but as I already mentioned, the Armenian government found a solution through democracy itself. I believe that democracy is the weapon with which we can and should present ourselves to the world. To sum up my speech, I would also wish to emphasize an important fact. Democracy implies peace. As without it, it is impossible or very difficult to have well-established democratic institutions. And in this regard, Armenia is steadily moving towards democracy and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're starting the panel discussions, and to participate in the first panel, I would like to invite Prime Minister President of Freedom House, my couple of roommates, and Valentina Grigorian, Democracy Monitoring and Reporting Coordinator at Helsinki Citizens Assembly Manager Office, and Danik Shiryan, representative of Freedom House Armenia, will facilitate the discussion. We're talking about navigating democratic development in the face of national security challenges. Please, the floor is yours. Dear guests, I would like to greet you. I am Danik Shiryan, Freedom House representative in Armenia. I would like to greet everyone. I would like to greet Mr. Michael Abramovich and the Monitoring and Reporting Coordinator at Helsinki Citizens Assembly Manager Office, Ms. Valentina Grigorian, and their participation in this discussion. Today we will be discussing the prospects of democratic development in the face of national security challenges. Dear guests, I want to say that after the speeches, you will have an opportunity to ask questions, and I would be happy if we have quite a lively discussion. My first question is to Mr. Nicole Pashinyan. Mr. Nicole Pashinyan, once again, I would like to thank you for having to accept the invitation. I think that it's important that, especially after the war, was a cooperation between the government and civil society. The area is becoming narrow. One of the problems, many problems in this sense, would be security challenges. That is why your participation in such discussions is even more important. I remember that after the Belgrade Revolution of 2018, quite often it was talked about my step alliance at that time, and you were mentioning that there is no ideology in the party, and it's interesting up to 2018 and now about the government model. What are your perceptions? What is the security system where we are after 2020 and after the Ukrainian war, where the world is today, to change your perception in government, your priorities? Thank you. Thank you so much. It is me who thanks you for the invitation. I didn't say that our party does not have an ideology. What we said is that the ideology is more than simple isms. These are just different things. And I would like to say that after that and before that, I was talking about this a lot and thinking about this, and within our party as well. There is this debate. The ideology was itself democracy. I was saying that democracy for us is a strategy, but it was our ideology that was guiding us towards revolution, which is the reason why democracy became and has been ever since the brand of Armenia. So in this speech, the Honorable President mentioned a point with which we can draw parallels, and this is related to your question. The President mentioned, he talked about democracy and about the question of Nagorno-Karabakh. This is a very serious topic. For me, one of the key problems of this topic is that, in fact, the absence of democracy in the Republic of Armenia, or the attitude towards democracy, has served as a tool for all of us not to learn the entire truth about the question of Karabakh. This is a very important subtlety to be highlighted. I do not want to lead to a political debate, but the model where on the level of expertise only a number of people are aware of the Karabakh issue is a vivid example. This is one of the biggest problems that we've all faced, which is why, in terms of Karabakh issue and conditions of democracy, are we learning new items, new connotations and subcontexts of well-known words. So this is about the area of cooperation between the government and the civil society. We have recently had closed discussions within the government, and during the discussions, we reached to a point where we said that, in fact, together with the civil society, the engagement with the civil society is not always, the engagement with the civil society is not always at a due level or at a desirable level for us. And we try to probe into this question, to investigate into it, and try to understand what the issue may be. I looked at the whole, there were officials present, and I understood the problem. Those present were all from the civil society. This is where the conflict lies. No one, when it comes to the absence of the civil society, no one notices that during the discussions or does not look at this through the lens that you can see if you look at it from outside, because it should be said, today the parliamentary majority is actually the civil society representatives. This is a very important subtlety. And I'm not saying this so that I would like to say that nothing should be changed. Actually, the problem needs to be understood, analyzed, and solved. I accept that when developing policies, we need to be involved more, and the involvement of civil society needs to be assured. There is one more reason, and I would like to highlight this. After the war, when there were different lines, divisive lines present, amid the civil society, there were tendencies emerging towards politicization, which would create additional problems. But I fully agree that this is one of the big systemic problems, that the civil society needs to be appropriately engaged when developing policies. How can we ensure that this would be real engagement, efficient engagement, and not continuously lead to conflict? This is yet another problem that we will discuss. Yes. Of course, the fragmentation that exists, the polarization in civil society and the polarization that exists in the public and also in the civil society to some extent is one of the problems. But I assure you that civil society is, there are regular discussions about civil society. We also note that there is this presence of the civil society. I apologize. When we look at the whole and we understand that these people are no longer from the civil society, but from the government or the parliamentary majority, then we can clearly see this. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Abramovich, for us, the Armenian team of Freedom House, it is a great honor to greet you in Armenia. And after we greeted you yesterday, we talked at length about how important it is to make sure that international organizations that do legal protection would work in Armenia, that are in transition, and transition is our democracy. And unfortunately, Armenia is unique among those countries because all across the world, democracy is decreasing. Not only decreasing, but it is also attacked. And Armenia's, in this respect, Armenia's case is not unique because these are attacks from authoritative countries. This is happening in Ukraine, Moldova, and our neighboring Georgia. If we summarize the democratic development in the world as such, and why it is important for us to work in such countries as Armenia and help develop democracy. So.
I will repeat the question in English. So basically the main idea of the question is, why is it important for Freedom House to work and operate in countries like Armenia, which is a small island of democracy surrounded by authoritarian countries, and when it's being also attacked by authoritarian neighbors, for example, like Ukraine?
Ես ներողություն եմ խնդրում, ուղղակի պիտի ընդգծեմ, որ
I'd like to apologize. I just like to highlight that my presence here does not at all mean that the government of the Republic of Armenia agrees with all the formulations of the questions and also with all the answers. We only agree with the formulations that we ourselves have authored. I apologize. Not only those, but we are convinced that we agree with the formulations that we ourselves have made, and with other formulations, we may agree to this or that extent. It is not about you that I'm talking. In fact, because the relations with our neighbors are very important for us, it is crucial that in these discussions, especially when we're talking about the presence of the president, myself, and the parliamentary majority, I wanted to highlight the subject. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Andronik, and thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, and thank you, Ms. Gregorian. It's an honor to be with you on this panel, and it's wonderful to be in Armenia. This is my first day and my first 24 hours in Armenia, so to be with the Prime Minister is very humbling. I was struck by something that the ambassador said in her opening remarks that I wish to just start with, which is that she mentioned something about US democracy and the fact that US democracy has not been perfect and that we approach all this in a spirit of humility. And so that's the first point that I would like to make, that when Freedom House assesses the state of freedom in the world, we look at the situation in more than 200 different countries and territories around the world, and we always include the United States as part of that analysis. So we are not an organization that simply, while we're an American-based organization, we're not an organization that simply points the finger at others. We also look at how we can improve our own democracy, because we see democracy as something that belongs to the entire world, not any one particular country. So that's just the first point I want to make. The second point I'd like to make is that we are, as I mentioned in my opening comments, in the midst of a global democratic recession. Every year for the last 17 years, there have been more countries that have had declines in political rights than have had improvements. We've had a slight improvement in that situation in the last year, but in general, we are in a very difficult time for democracy. We've seen the rise of authoritarian powers. We've seen Russia and China in particular be more repressive of their own people, while also trying to reach out beyond their borders to undermine democracy. Exhibit one, obviously, is what is happening in Ukraine today. And what is happening in Ukraine is very important for the future of democracy. That's why we at Freedom House believe that, Ukrainian victory there is an important element of the democratic agenda. But we also have seen a decline, backsliding in traditionally strong democracies. And you've seen that all around the world, in many different countries, not just the United States, but also countries as in this region, Hungary and Poland, India, other countries that sadly 20 years ago had been moving in a more democratic direction, have now been moving back. So this is a global problem. I think a third point that I would like to make, and this is a very important point, is that democracy is about more than just having free and fair elections. And I congratulate Armenia on having free and fair elections, but that is not the only measure of a democracy. We look in freedom of the world, we look at other factors, which include the health of the media. We look at respect for freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom of thought. We look at whether there is safeguards against corruption, a whole range of different things, because what happens in between elections is just as important as what happens at an election. And so when you look at freedom of the world, there are countries that have had free elections, but they suffer in some of these other indicators. And that is something that is very important to us. I think the final point I just want to make as part of this introductory intervention is that while we are concerned about the general trajectory of the world, we are hopeful, because what I see is that there is still a strong demand for democracy. And the Velvet Revolution here in your country in 2017 is one example of this. But if you look around the world, in countries like Belarus and Hong Kong, in Sudan, in many other countries, people are going to the streets to demand their rights, to demand their freedoms. And that, to me, says that there is still a demand for democracy that is not going away, and it is up for all of us to fight for that. That is what gives me hope for the future.
Շնորհակալ եմ, պարոն Աբրամովիչ. Իմ հաջորդ հարցը
Thank you, Mr. Abramovich. My next question would be to Ms. Grigoryan. I'm very happy that you're at this panel. We have worked together throughout the elections, monitoring the elections independently. And when it came to local authority elections, and of course, Ms. Grigorian's role cannot be undermined or underestimated in the great work she did for fair and free elections. And my question to Ms. Grigorian is about democracy on a local level. Many talk about democracy. What do you think? Which opinion, which perspective is missed or under-addressed when we're talking about democracy in the local? Hello. First of all, I would like to thank you. It is a great honor for me to be present at this discussion. And if I may, I will give you a bit of a background, and I will do my best not to repeat what the other speakers have already said, but also to come to talk about that as well. But we are well aware of what has been mentioned, that it is not all formulations that the government is in full agreement with. So talking about democracy and security, it should be said that on the one hand, it is presented that democracy undermines security. And on the other hand, it is mentioned that security is only possible when there is democracy. This is a spectrum, two extreme points of which are both devious in a way, because they can be misleading eventually. So when we're talking about democracy, we want to make sure that there is viable and competitive democracy. Thank you, Mr. President, for having mentioned that, and thank you also to Mr. Prime Minister for having mentioned it. Of course, peace is important for viable and competitive democracy, and the pillars need to be present there. At the same time, without real democracy, security will also turn into problems, mechanisms towards vulnerable groups, or this or that group. So we need democracy to be able to assure our viability and exercise our rights. And if one is subordinate to the other, this cannot help us at all and fulfilling this viability. So the security challenges that we're facing in Armenia, they exist in the world at large. We see very vividly that abuse of democracy by authoritarian regimes tend to show that democracies are more vulnerable. However, in my opinion, we need to look at it from a different angle, a different spectrum. We have seen that attacks towards Ukraine and Georgia and Armenia as well have followed the democratic movements. So this is to show that authoritarian regimes are dominant in our region. And this is unfortunately what we have to accept. But when comparing them, we see that it's not the authorization of democracy. The power that exists is for the security of the government allied only. And this is done based on the resources of the population, the labor resources, not only the people of that country, but other peoples as well of adjacent countries. So this is about the security. And democratic states do not fight against each other. This is an axiom that we accept, that democratic states don't fight against each other, at least for the reason that they understand this is based on peace, resources, and a fair distribution of resources, as well as an understanding of the security challenges. This leads to the understanding that the rights and rights of other citizens should also not be violated. So in this context, democratic processes are continuing in Armenia, and we're thinking that it is only logical that the authorities try to make sure that the state system is more loyal and there is less sabotage. And in fact, this is a natural desire, but this loyalty, when we see that it's more important than competence, then it means that security becomes more important than democracy. It is important to note that competence is more essential, and mutual agreements are also very important. Sessions are very important. We live in a period of time where everyone, especially those at the local level, local authority level, they are testing that what is or is not within their authorities, their privileges and abilities. So this is a very threatening tendency that we see at the local level, because at the local level, we see that it's not only elections. Yes, the elections were fair, but where these elections preceded by acting members, and whether the legal cases were fair, whether they were pursued, and whether there was political loyalty or lack of political loyalty. These are questions that are circulating in the public. And very recently, we're very concerned, or probably it should be said that we're also very angry in the community of Spitak, the de facto, there was a lack of sessions. That is why the head of the community was removed. That is to say, there was no discussion engaged, but voicing this question this is why it was decided to remove the head of the party, of that local community. And also we saw that that there was a case of beating and by again of the administrative head, because the administrative head allowed the population to come up with complaints. The topic itself is not very important. What is essential is de facto certain domestic fights, or inter-clan fights, if I may call it like that. This was resulted in a situation that I'm sure did not derive from the policy of the party, but at the local level, this is interpreted as such. And for the citizens, there is a situation where they say that they have run away from the situation, but only the local actors have changed. That is to say, the scope of people who can do something that is permissible for them or non-permissible has changed, only that. So when our democracy is very vulnerable, where the rules of the game have to be very clear, and deviations undermine the pillars of the democracy that we all try to have and have been trying to build throughout years. I would not like to make my speech too long. I simply wanted to state that we need to understand what the price is that we're paying for security. We have to understand that the model of democracy that we're accepting, I understand that sometimes we're saying that democracy is Armenian, and on the one hand, it's good that we internalize democracy, and we're also creating, but I believe that also we're not intervening in other states' affairs, and their perception of democracy. This is like a protective layer. We're not intervening in your affairs, please do not intervene in our affairs. But as citizens, when we follow everything from inside, internally, from lower levels, without thinking about the state level and interstate level, we see the actions that happen in our community that lead to a concern that, as Mr. Prime Minister said in his speech, in opening remarks, in any case, you think that there are no inner challenges to democracy, but I believe that what I've talked about is cases of inner threats to democracy. It's very important for the ideological basis to be clear, and for the representatives of the party to be bearers of these values and not just be opportunists who are formulating, reformulating, and presenting in different light what we want to be democracy. Thank you, Ms. Friedman, for your valuable observations. If there are any questions from the hall, please. Before the microphone is given to the representatives of the hall, Mr. Pashinyan, I understand you would like to respond. I also had a question that was involved in Ms. Grigoryan's remark, and the loyal people who are at different positions, and these are topics that we're constantly discussing in different ways. And what is interesting for me is also addressing the question of Martina to understand what conditions in terms of security. Thank you. First of all, I would like to address to the observation that free elections are not yet sufficient to ensure democracy. And I fully agree with this. Definitely agree with this. And with this formulation, and in my speech, I mentioned this, that it is of real importance to make sure that democratic elections and democracy should lead to the establishment of democratic institutions. Without that, democracy cannot become institutional. And in this respect, we have great challenges in the judicial system, in terms of the judicial system independence. I believe the political culture, democratic political culture formation, very important, because in the elections of 2021, we talked about this, and after that, I came up with a different formulation of hammer, in quotation marks, hammer elections, and this is a very difficult situation. The dominance of law is, of course, a key condition for the establishment of democracy, and the dominance of the right of the law, which is included in this. So it was mentioned about the Spitak community, the head of Spitak, the son of the head of Spitak community, or someone's son, someone's uncle's son. This is already an institutional problem, because there is a human, and then there is the law, and then the law and the human need to be regulated. That is to say, it's not important who is whose relative, whose uncle or son. While we are using such formulations, apart from this, it also talks about institutional problems that need to be addressed. And it is very important to note about the faith or religious freedom. And also, I would like to highlight national minorities and their protection. And there is criticism, and there is criticism that Armenia is a mono-ethnic. I don't know what kind of blame accusation this is, but we should be happy to state that in our national assembly or parliament we have national minorities included, represented. It's a very important institutional pillar. I'm very happy that in Armenia we all have not only Christian but also Muslim religious mosques and Yazidi faith and faith religious institutions. And in Armenia we also have both Catholic community and apostolic, evangelical. So I do not think that in any respect any community can say that their religious freedoms are limited or violated in this or that way. I don't think this is the case. And when we're talking about 300 schools and 500 kindergartens, this also is to testify that there is establishment of democracy, because it can only be established where people are aware of their rights, mechanisms to protect their rights. Today, we witness a number of problems where people turn to the president, the prime minister, the government, simply because they're unaware of their rights and protect them. The totalitarian way of thinking, mentality that, this fence is stuck here, so I need to turn to the prime minister. So you only have to turn to the highest levels for such trivial issues. I think it very dangerous, and I do not agree with the formulation that in countries where democratic reforms have happened, these countries are attacked. Because I believe this is a misperception of the situation. We all forget the war back in 2016 and or in 2020, and also the war of 2020 is in all respects a continuation of the war of 2016. What can be said, though, is that the democracy could not prevent this war from happening. That you mean 2020? No, I mean 2016. I like to recall this so that we do not forget it. In April 2018, Sarkisian made an announcement of war as a candidate for becoming the prime minister. So this was before the revolution. This is very important perception. Why is it so that the democratic authorities could not prevent the war? This is due to the circumstance that the president has highlighted. Because the authority faced part of the truth with Nagorno-Karabakh, which was for what is not easy to be digested by the people who came from the public. And this is part of the fundamental problem, because when under the mottos you see what is hidden, yes, this cannot be digested. And I would think that this is objective criticism. Yes, you talked about loyalty. You were talking about loyalty versus competence, but I would not like this to be reflected that non-loyalty equals competence. This is a trap. And you immediately turned to things that happened within our party in the community of Spitak, without guessing that this was a question of competence, of lack of competence. And this was the problem. And when we're talking about the local who are part of the independent positions, who do you mean? Do you mean the president of the Central Electoral Committee? Central Electoral Committee member was the president, and there was not a single complaint received when he was at the local authority elections. Is it bad that there was no complaint? Because we did not put someone to fake the elections. This person was there so that the fairness of the elections would be ensured. No complaints were received. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kochinyan. Mr. Kochinyan, please. Hello. Thank you. Arek Kochinyan. I would like to address a question to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. In your speech, you mentioned that there are no inner threats to the democracy of Armenia. There are just external threats, and we're well aware of them. So I would like to talk about the elephant which is in the room, and this room, the elephant is the elections. And it should be said that, Freedom House and a number of other similar organizations that do human rights protections, they are talking about non-democratic countries. Here, you don't see a problem to our democracy. And the second element is that given the increasing the global conflicts, and on the one hand, we see that there is a camp of democratic countries and a camp of authoritarian ones. Don't you think we are unfortunately the second one in the camp of the authoritarian countries? we create a threat because we're there. This is what I also wanted to say. I didn't say that there are no challenges in democracy. For me, I said there are no inner threats. Because yes, in Armenia, I believe that internally democracy is strong. And what threats are that inside? Externally, yes, externally there are. You know, in 2021, May 10, what came to force was my resignation, and the parliament was dissolved. There is no parliament, no government, de facto, there was no. And on May 12th, Azerbaijan tries to invade Sotk. And there is zero reaction from CSTO, and there are high-ranking officials who are detained now in this respect. Why? Because they did not take any measures to protect the sovereign area of the Republic of Armenia. And they do not have an explanation. Everything can have an explanation. It is clear. Let us imagine if our reactions were very linear, then not only in 2021, the May of 2021, if our reactions were linear, we would have lost both the democracy and the state. And this is by no means an exaggeration. This is what I mean when I say that I'm putting this within the context of your question. Of course, we have challenges. And I would like to say the following. When the events in Ukraine started, Armenia tried to have a certain balanced position through the votes that it was casting. And in these conditions, there was a situation when this resulted in certain satisfaction among all our partners. But I've also publicly said that within time, it is clear that the maneuver scope of Armenia and of everyone is narrowing down. And of course, this is a serious challenge and a problem for all of us. And for the Republic of Armenia, especially taking into account its vulnerabilities. Thank you. One more question, Mr. Khachaturian. Edgar Khachaturian. Peace and related NGO. And first of all, I would like to address my question to the Prime Minister, but also other recipients. Please be ready. I would like to talk about a number of aspects. I would like to be as brief as possible. Democracy is a living organism, so if efforts are not exerted by the government and by the civil society, this organism is hurt and then gets sick very easily. And in order to eliminate this problem, it is a priority to pay attention to the development of these institutions. We've talked about it a bit, but I believe that we have a most serious problem in the Republic of Armenia in terms of the development of this democracy in Armenia. Does the government, does the authority that is currently in the force have the will for democracy? And if not, we can very easily lose democracy if there is no will. And also the values are very important, the democratic values. This Prime Minister is mentioning that there are issues related to the judicial reforms, but this is not just that. Just values, media, what we hear, all of this affects our perception of democracy. For instance, if I hear that the government of the Republic of Armenia hands over the citizen to Russia because of the ideas expressed by the citizen of Russia, this concerns me. This concerns me because if we're talking about a country with democratic values, then just being led and guided by legislation is not enough. Just saying that the law requires us to hand over this citizen back to Russia and you do that. But as a citizen of the Republic of Armenia, I start casting doubt whether we're moving towards a path of democracy. And we're talking about the fact that there is no inner threat, but very often, Mr. Prime Minister talks about the fifth pillar, and I would like to talk about this as well. And sorry that was long. Please, Mr. Commissioner, is there a will for institutionalization of democracy in Armenia? The President of the Republic of Armenia is present. I am here. Members of the government are here. Why are we here if we don't have the will? This is also the expression of that will. But the question is also, how can we make sure that we do not simply rely on somebody? But it's about the agenda of the reforms, institutional agenda. We have the answer to this question, regardless of the source, because within Eastern Partnership, Republic of Armenia is considered dominant or leading in at least 5 directions. So one of them is the independent judicial system, anti-corruption policy, the freedom to have demonstrations. You're right. If there is no freedom to demonstrations, freedom of speech, freedom of internet, then electoral freedom is not just voting. This will not change the situation. But fortunately, given the harshest conditions, we were able to secure all of this. But I would like to come back to the deeper institutional reforms, i.e. education, because it is my deep belief that democracy is in direct link and directly correlated with education and access to education. There are no decent conditions for education in villages. This is one of the biggest challenges to democracy. You also highlighted, I looked at the Ministry of Justice, who I am not aware. You mentioned the citizen that were handed over. There are many cases in court, but I'm not saying yes or no, but I am not aware of that case. I mean a judicial case, a citizen of Chechnya, and last week there was a court hearing. So you want this not to be heard in court? What is it that you are saying? And what you are saying is that the dominance of law, let's not get into traps. And dominance of what? I said dominance of law, dominance of right, that is institutionally shown and reflected in the dominance of law. Without that, how can we even imagine democracy? Please, would you like to comment this question? Maybe the other speakers? Ms. Grigorian, please. Naturally, by sharing your concerns, I hope that this case of extradition will not happen, and it is clear that this policy is not in place and threats are taken into account, the dangers are taken into account. But I would like to jump on this occasion and say something that we cannot contrast loyalty to competence. This is exactly what I was saying. And in the same vein, we cannot contrast security to democracy, because this will lead to manipulation, will create a situation where both loyalty and security can be faked just for promoting one's own interests. Maybe I was not very clear in my example, or maybe you knew another example, because in what I'm saying, I'm talking about the local head of the party, who is also the head of the office of Spitak community, who has been moved from the party, saying that this member was not very competent because he had the authority for many years to be leading the local party, the party's local office. So this doesn't need to be discussed right now, but these are the small steps of democracy, and they are either stabilizing or disrupting this, and they can also be grounds for flexibility to adapt to this. Thank you. Mr. Pashinyan, Mr. Abramovich, I'm thanking for this conversation that we have brought up. Please, in terms of the institutionalization of democracy, I would like to highlight, I've already talked about education. I would like to talk about the well-being of the citizen. This is something of utmost importance. High economic growth is no coincidence. When we talk about peace, when we talk about democracy, this needs to be associated with well-being, with happiness. If not, it is deprived of meaning. It is meaningless. Because if a country is poor and people are in extreme poverty, then from the point of view of a human, it makes no difference whether it is democratic or not democratic, whether it is institutional democratic or not. Both democracy and freedom and rule of law and institutions are a means for the overarching aim, happiness of a human. And if this aim is not the center of our strategy, then I believe this is a systemic mistake. When there was no democracy and it seemed far and distant, this could be the case. But what is our democracy is in place? So what is our next aim? Peace, economic growth, human well-being, and happiness. Thank you, Mr. Abramovich, for final remarks.
Well, thank you for having me here today. I very much appreciate it. I'm reminded of a quote from former U.S. President Ronald Reagan, who talked about how democracy was only one generation away from being extinguished. And what did he mean by that? He meant that it has to be fought for all the time. I don't see that democracy is a yes or no. We're all it's a process that we're all struggling towards. I would like to emphasize, I think, 3 areas that are important beyond free and fair elections. One is independent media, and protecting the rights of having a strong independent media that holds government to account. If you look around the world, the decline in respect for media is really one of the main drivers of democratic decline. And so I think respect for independent media is really important to the future of democracy. Number 2, fighting corruption. Again, the soft underbelly of actually both authoritarian regimes and of democratic regimes is corruption. And I think we're seeing, thankfully, some renewed efforts around the world among democracies to take a stronger effort to fight corruption. And then the final area I would also say is, and it was referenced by the Prime Minister, is strengthening the independent media. Strengthening the independent judiciary. If you look around the world, what makes a healthy democracy is having some sense of checks and balances. And the independent judiciary is often the most important check on executive power. And you see in countries that lack an independent media, the countries where democracy is most under fire. So I'd just like to, again, just close by thanking the organizers and thanking our partners and thanking the government of Armenia for hosting this important conversation.
Շնորհակալություն հարգելի ներկաներ, ստիպված ենք վերջացնել.
Thank you, dear all. We have to wrap up the panel discussion for the time being. I believe that it's important to reiterate that such discussions need to be frequent, and Freedom House will continue organizing such meetings. We now have a 30-minute break. We will meet both in this hall and then for a parallel panel in the Grand Max Hall. Thank you.
Հարգելի հյուրեր, բարի օր բոլորին, առաջարկում եմ
Dear guests, I would like to greet everyone to get it with our next panel discussion. I'm very thankful being present at the discussion today, honorable guests and representatives of the government, of deputies, civil society, and of course, distinguished and honorable. My name is Tatevik Khachaturian, and I would be honored to lead this panel today. I am a senior program manager at Democracy Development Foundation. I should say that, just as mentioned by Prime Minister, we'll try to discuss one of the most dense questions and to understand as a community, looking at the problem from different angles, how we try to promote people's and protect human rights in a complex security environment. Today with me, honorable speakers will be helping me discuss this question. It is my honor to discuss with them Ms. Anait Manassian, Human Rights Defender of the Republic of Armenia, Her Excellency Ms. Andrea Victorin, Head of EU Delegation to Armenia, Ms. Takuit Tovmasyan, Chair of the National Assembly Standing Committee on Protection of Human Rights and Public Affairs, Ms. Karine Agajanian, Chairperson of Pink Human Rights NGO, and Mark Behrendt, Freedom House representative. Welcome. And just to start, not to prolong my speech, we'd just like to present the most important indicator of the recent weeks that was recorded for us as a country in this field, because we are, there was an annual report of the democracies in transition, and Freedom House set a very important indicator for Armenia, regardless of the general tendencies of rise of authoritarian regimes. We're one of the exceptional countries that have recorded progress. This progress has been quite difficult, and I am sure that each of the people present today have had their personal and institutional contribution to this. This report is also sending an important message, and as a symbolic speech, symbolic remark, I would like to highlight it. It should be said that the project of Armenian democracy is still facing severe storms and hurricanes, and the waves of these hurricanes are still there. We'd like to have this discussion. And Your Excellency, Ms. Victorine, the first question would be to you. Starting with the 2000s, you started your diplomatic mission in Armenia, and you are one of the unique diplomats who can also compare Armenia back then and now, and because your term will soon be over in Armenia, I would like to address you the following question. What would be your message to the civil society of Armenia, takeaway message? In which direction should the civil society develop? What are the important pillars where we still have much to do, Your Excellency?
Thank you so much. First of all, as it is really coming, my term is coming to an end, or my 2 terms I had in this country, a very short appreciation. I think the situation changed a lot since I was here the first time, and I always say I was here on the 1st of March 2008, and the ones who saw it know what I mean. So things have developed, and definitely Armenia chose the way for democracy, which also means protection of human rights. That's very, very important. And as it was mentioned before, I think we have to see that this is a never-ending process. So there's never a moment where you can relax and say, we had once free and fair election, twice free and fair election, now everything is fine. So it is, I think, important to follow different angles, and we have really to see the overall importance of protection of human rights, not only one. question. Also, it is with all the respect to the difficult security situation, and this naturally needs a resilient population. And I think we are the strongest to give a signal that we are supporting the regions where we see also security threats. I only refer to Resilience Unit, which we do together with the EU member states, and was quite an impressive big program also to set a sign. But we have to see all the other issues. We should not forget them. Also, which means I'm a great supporter, and I can't agree more. Independent, free media. They are the watchdogs, and they are, for me, part of civil society. So they need to be protected. It is not enough to say that you have free internet. You have really to see individual cases and to take it up. And yes, if journalists are spreading false information, one has to tackle this question. But overall, the media are the ones who really look into certain issues, and we need also investigative journalism. And this I underline really as an ongoing task to protect journalists, but also to improve the ethics of journalism in this country. Because there are many who confuse facts and commentaries, and this one should separate. So, and the EU is quite active, and we are having really one of the key projects was the European Media Facility in Armenia, where we tried really to support young journalists. So this is number one. Number two is what I consider to be very important, and there I count on civil society inclusiveness, which means really to target all vulnerable groups. Be it people with disabilities, be it people from the LGBTIQ plus community. There were incidents which I found shocking. And there I expect, on one hand, the civil society to stand up and to say this cannot happen, and we have to give the people a right to live safely in this country. But I also want to see parliamentarians, governments saying this should not happen in our country, because this is also a part of democracy, that we really look into the rights of these people. Another thing which is really near to my heart, and as things are improving, but they are not yet perfect, is empowerment of women, giving them an opportunity really to develop economic activities and really supporting them. I would love to see more women in the government. I would love to see more women in, for example, peace processes. I'm deeply convinced, not only because there is a UN resolution, that women can contribute to finding solutions, sustainable solutions for peace and stability in this region. So there I want to see more women. Another question is gender equality, and this means also fight against gender-based violence. And here I stand up and say, I want to see the Istanbul Convention ratified. I know there are certain people who do not like me to say this sentence, but I repeat it, it is meant as a protection for women. And again, there I expect that people from civil society join us in this effort. There are great NGOs here in this country with whom the coalition fighting violence against women. There are others like Agathe, who is really supporting the rights and the protection of disabled women, and also in the field of, let's say, gender equality and promotion of women. They do a great job, but this could be more. So what I would like to see is a civil society that is addressing the whole range of human rights question. And what is for me also very important, and I also would love to see civil society to stand up, is the question of hate speech, the question of communication, how to lead a discussion. This goes into, let's say, state institutions, where I would say then there are certain ethics needed, how to behave in certain environments for all sides. But it is also very important for people and for civil society that we learn a critical but constructive dialogue, which means put really the finger into the wound, but with the right method, not just insulting each other, because this will bring this country back. And I'm a strong supporter also, that's why we reach out to young people, because I think it is important that we give the next generation a good example. So if, let's say, people in an adult age show a certain disrespect, why should a teenager understand that it's better to have really a decent argument-based discussion? Be critical, but do it in the right way. So these are things I would love to see more developed. But to say it's also in our societies. It's not that it is only here. I would say the same thing in Germany on certain issues. But I want also to say you made great progress. This I really can see from 2007 until now. But we should really try to embrace all parts of society, include them, and give them the right for a free, fair, and prosperous life.
Շնորհակալություն Տիգին դեսպան, ձեր վերջին
Thank
խոսքի
you, Your Excellency. By following up, I would like to say that yes, this is daily work. This is daily work that is conducted, and we need to exert great effort. One of the great issues that is facing us is that in the face of all of these challenges, we still need to make this all of this very important, stable, how to stabilize, make this sustainable. And Miss Ombudsman, Honorable Miss Ombudsman, in which directions are you working? What are your priorities for you? What are the dominant directions in terms of human rights institutionalization, and what tools you are using? I would like to learn for changes in terms of values as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. A question of critical importance. And Your Excellency, these were very important remarks and observations. Thank you for this. I would try to follow up with these values and also talk about the methodology concerning these values. So it should be said that for us, human rights stuff, there are certain directions, and I would also talk about my own priorities, in which respect the human rights stuff is doing serious work. The first priority, I think it fully coincides, Your Excellency, with the concerns that you have voiced. And in that respect, I believe that we need to talk in the public openly. Also, I'd like to come up with a sort of an announcement. One of the main problems right now is extreme intolerance in the society. That can never lead to the right way. That can never lead to a legal way, and vice versa. It will lead to many illegal phenomena, many of which we're witnessing today. In particular, Her Excellency has mentioned hate speech, which is not only an illegal phenomenon per se in itself, but it is also a very is leading to wrong legal and public atmosphere ambience, because I fully agree that in our society, there are no decent, there's no decent information about decent and appropriate measures and methods, because in school or in public education, this is a bit different. Also, the methodology of solving these issues is not through a dialogue or discussion, but the opposite is true. The one who can offend the other or exert violence. And this are the means which lead to the existing hate speech in our public and the hate ambience that we are witnessing, which in its turn leads to very serious illegal problems, often hate-based crime, or from the point of view of the public, also many negative phenomena. In this sense, it is my deep belief that we need to work in three clear directions. The first one is the full reform of the education system, starting with schools. It is schools that disseminate stereotypes and values, or should I say anti-values. They are the most important social institutions. And starting with school, we need to implement and introduce an educational system where there are clear values conveyed in order to regulate the questions, legal methodology, and I would even go as far as call this differently. It's very important to have legal system, so that the legal system is fully reformed. Why? Because we do not make our citizens aware of the scope of their rights and of the limitations of their rights, as well as certain other questions. What is important is for us to have decent legislation, and naturally, it is key to have legally applied system. And in this sense, education is again of vital importance. The other problems that I would be addressing now are derivatives of the global issues that I have highlighted, because they are part of these global issues, and they enable and give opportunities to solve other problems. One of the most important priorities for us is women's rights. Naturally, women's equal participation and the assurance of their equal participation, children's rights related issues. And once again, I would like to note the first global issue, an aspect of this, bullying, which is one of the most widespread phenomena in our society. In fact, this is a model that showcases vividly what kind of relations we're building in different dimensions. I would like to talk about the principle of prevention of discrimination, ban on discrimination and prohibition of discrimination, as well as the polarization that exists in the society. In some respect, this is the principle of the prohibition of this principle that is not seen in the right light. That is to say, there is a misperception about this. There is, I should say, no basis that could be highlighted and said that based on this, we are not very polarized. No, polarization occurs in a number of areas, and Your Excellency, you highlighted women's rights, LGBT plus community, and from any other angle as well, political views and other aspects as well. And I would not be talking one by one about each basis and ground, but all the problems are present. And to wrap up my speech, because I cannot cover everything within my short speech, all the rights-related issues, but by wrapping up, I would like to note that we're doing serious work in rights from the point of view of other rights, for instance, peaceful demonstrations, guarantee of freedom, also detention, and other related aspects, which are a priority for us. But at this stage, what I deem important is talking about these specific issues, because it is through their solution that we can reach a solution or a potential solution of other problems. Thank you, Ms. Manasyan. And the two speakers have talked about quite sensitive topics, national minorities, which are also presupposing deep value changes, transformational changes in the society. Of course, in this respect, it should be said that I feel tempted to ask a question to the only representative of the opposition present at the panel. If we're talking about hate speech, extreme hate speech, public discourse, negative public discourse, Given all of this, is it possible to work with this value narrative within your committee? And how are you doing that? And how are you doing that? Thank you so much. And thank you for this opportunity. For me, it is a great honor to talk about democracy in Armenia and in the presence of people who really feel and who are guided by democratic values and are not only talking about this. I would really like to ensure that we talk about possible achievements, but security and democracy are really having most serious clashes in the Armenian reality. And I could say that in this hall, very few people will really understand what it means to live in a borderline area, to strive for democracy, and just for you to be able to imagine that in Vartenis, at home, we take turns to sleep because we don't know what will happen at night, so that we manage to help the children, and so that we can really supervise and control the situation, just to understand what it is like to live in a borderline village or settlement in Armenia. I am there almost during all holidays, non-working days. And by talking about the brand that has been recognized, announced as brand #1 of that is the democracy of Armenia, Nicole Pashinyan today mentions that there are no inner threats to democracy in Armenia. I would like to say that there are some, and I will also turn to your question and to see how this are displayed and manifested in our committee. But because the leader of Freedom House mentioned the 3 directions for democracy, free media, judicial independence, as well as fight against corruption, I would like to not talk too much about the media, because there is a parallel discussion in the adjacent hall, as well as that being the founder of the newspaper and Armenian, I would be probably subjectively perceived if I talk about that. But when talk about the judicial system and the media, you've all heard about this, also about the regress that Transparency International has regretfully mentioned, that there is regress in 3 directions, 3 points. These are the indicators that directly threaten democracy in Armenia. Also about elections. And also it has been mentioned that elections are free. In Armenia, there was the need for changes. That is why the revolution was there. Because people needed changes and modifications, and stating, let's say, that on paper something has been fixed, but not having it in real life, this does not mean that the changes have really occurred. I would like to make sure that whatever the government has promised comes to life, and these narratives come to life, because this should not only be mere mottos to guide the country, to govern the country. As an example, I would like to talk about the elections and the fairness. When we're talking about this, thank you so much to Vartine Grigorian for tangible examples. You may also remember and recall that as a result of Vanadzor elections, the mayor of Vanadzor that has been received most of the votes that could be elected, if not for being detained right now. That is to say, the will of the citizen that the government says it is valuing. Also, the same government has detained the person who got most of the votes. So this is an inner threat to democracy. Also, for the community council, there were elections and people who got the votes, and they had to be members of community councils in the face of different threats. They forewent their mandate so that they could be in freedom. They had a dilemma: to be detained or to have their mandate. And also, when it comes to the party elections of the party, inside the party, they have themselves voiced that there are problems in these elections. And I do not think that something has changed, because we had different expectation. And also about corruption. We talk a lot about the financing about the parties, and we got to know the conclusions by the independent audit. that has been given by the civil contract party. I only remember one figure, 523 gifts by the party, and it's not clear where these gifts came from, in which circumstances, and for what. It's the governing party. And in the past, all of this was called by the term corruption. I think that right now there should be the same term applied to this. This should be the formula, because another formulation cannot be in place. And also about institutionalization of democracy. The head of the Central Electoral Committee is a representative of the governing party, and saying that he is there to make sure that there are free and fair elections, and this it's not trustworthy. Maybe no complaints have been cast, but it does not mean that the fact of party affiliation of the head of this electoral committee is fine, even though the person is now not affiliated to the party because they forwent because of foregoing the mandate. But it does not mean that they are members of an independent party. They're independent. And also for the Supreme Court, this has been appointed or selected a person who announced publicly that that is guided or encouraged, motivated by the picture of the leader of the country in the hall, in the office. I would also like to talk about parliamentary democracy, just as supposed by your question. You could all see what happened during ombudsman elections in terms of the Committee of the Human Rights Defending. For me, this was a historical shame, and the secretary of the the leading party, did not conduct appropriately, and was even threatening to cut the tongue and ears of a deputy. And when this was I applied for a criminal case to be opened, but I was told that there are not sufficient grounds for this. And I want to talk about discrimination because I'm actually ready to send all of you the Article 330 by Criminal Code, public announcements of violence or preaching violence, also justifying violence. This article is a specific ground for discriminatory behavior, because many people who are now under this article, they have mostly criticized or targeted representatives of the government, the authorities. And when the representatives of the government, the authorities, target others, then this article is not applied. And I will send you the report. I am actually translating it now, and I've highlighted all the facts towards how many citizens this has been applied. I would also like to remind you that there has been a conduct by the head of National Assembly, Hovika targeting women on the internet, and Her Excellency has highlighted the importance of women's participation and women's targeting. And yes, indeed, in Armenia, women are targeted, and often there is a concern, fear, to pursue political activities, because not everyone is ready to be attacked and to carry on this burden. And we know that there are certain directions in the authorities, certain links that organize fake attacks, mostly towards women, and a big portion of hate speech is targeted against women who become the victims. Also, to conclude my speech, even though I have a lot to say, and I would like to say about gender equality, because I asked the ambassadors to provide experts for me, because within our commission, we should have a professional discussion. Because unfortunately, we don't have the expertise to make sure that the gender legislation and gender sensitivity formulations are given to the law, and the conclusion is there as well. It is here that I feel the need of the help of our international colleagues, and also when it comes to the direct speech, So I would like to make sure that the inner threats, and I've only highlighted a number of them, not all of them, I did not manage to enumerate all of them, but with your help, Your Excellency, I know the great efforts that you're doing also non-publicly to make sure that this phenomena do not exist, but unfortunately they still persist. And, this incident during the National Assembly, when I talked about the shootings at Sotk, and I made a political campaign, I said I will stand there talking, and as a result, as a response, first of all, a break was announced and by the president, and then I was taken by force. Being taken away by force by the guards during the break is actually illegal. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Massian. Mr. Berend, my question to you would be as follows. When Freedom House, when we're talking about Freedom House, this is one of the unique structures which looks more globally at human rights defense. Indicators, comparisons, progress, regress, and you have quite a big picture what in EU member states can be there. For instance, in Hungary, in Poland, some cases like when we talk about the human rights society, what are the most important signals that we could be alarms so that we understand that can lead to the society becoming more closed? We talked about democracy being the brand, about the security ambience atmosphere, but do you see this cooperation? Do democratic countries support Armenia in terms of security? Could be because Armenia is democratic.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Democracies need to support democracies. That's true. That needs to happen not because of any kind of geopolitical or sort of orientation. It's because democracies, as we said earlier today, don't fight with each other. And why is that? Why don't democracies fight with one another? It's because that fundamental question that Prime Minister Pashinyan talked about, which is the well-being of society, is ultimately is provided by democracy. Difficultly, through lots of process, through lots of hurdles. But in the end, if you don't have basic human rights, if you don't have basic participation in decision making, if you don't have predictable justice, if you don't have basic human security, you can't have well-being. That idea that security and democracy are in conflict with each other is I completely disagree. I think you possibly cannot have security without the broad definition of human security, which is what we call democracy and freedom at Freedom House. When you start talking about comparisons in Europe and Eurasia, I'm more familiar with the Eurasian part of the Europe and Eurasia formula that I'm responsible for. Some of the warning signs I would say for democracies that are maybe backsliding is this question of tolerance, is this question of allowing everybody to speak. It's the unpopular opinions. It's the people that aren't necessarily in the middle of sort of aren't in the center of the popular opinion, that when you start having intolerance, when you start not giving them a voice, when you start ignoring their basic issues, that's when you start having some real problems. And and we can see that in Hungary, we can see that in Poland, we can see that in the United States, we can see that elsewhere. This should be a warning sign. Basically, a democratic society is a society that actually follows the principles and values of democracy. No political party is perfect, and in any society that we look at, there are going to be people that promote their own party agenda, their own power, their own ability to make decisions over the democratic principles that they say they're for. This is why society needs to be involved. Society needs to hold government accountable, and society in many different ways, and certainly civil society needs to be doing that. One of the things that we're talking about in Armenia is this highly charged security situation, this security crisis.
Sadly, it's it's often during the times of most crisis that the most vulnerable and marginalized people are forgotten or even targeted. To many, democracy means only majority rule. It doesn't work if it's only majority rule. It needs to be minority rights. It's hollow without minority rights. With increasing populism all over the world, we're starting to see minority rights being hollowed out and their voices being ignored, and the journalists not covering their issues, and we start seeing the breakup and the fragmentation of the basic democratic spirit. Armenia is no exception to these problems. The LGBT rights organization Pink, who I'm sitting next to, and others have reported about a police raid against Polygraph, a prominent queer-friendly nightclub that took place in Yerevan in April, without justification, without legal basis. Patrons were physically abused, they were detained, they were beaten, they were humiliated, and to date there has been no reasonable accountability, and whatever promises for accountability and a strong investigation don't seem to be going anywhere. Another organization, the Right Side, regularly documents violations of the rights of transgender people who have been subjected again to terrible acts of violence and humiliation. We've talked a little bit about minority rights, national minority rights. Many of you recall the case of Sashik Sultanyan, the former president of the Yazidi Human Rights Center, an activist on minority rights. He was charged under the criminal code for incitement of national, racial, religious hatred, ostensibly just because he was defending the rights of the Yazidi population, the thing that his organization was founded for. Many organizations, called this out, among them Freedom House, but nonetheless, that wasn't enough to protect him, and he had to leave the country. These cases have been well publicized by the human rights community, but most often violations of minority rights are ignored and forgotten and not even uncovered. The media have an important role in breaking the silence around minority rights violations. There are wonderful examples of journalists that can build empathy and understanding, to dehumanize the lives of people, often portrayed insensitively. Usually the best approaches are through human-centered storytelling, giving a voice to those most misunderstood by the public. Journalists also have an equally important role to play in investigative journalism. I'd like to recall the incredible contribution that Nova Gazeta played in 2017 in breaking the news story about the violations of crimes against humanity perpetrated by the authorities in Chechnya against the LGBTQ community. And those problems continue to this day. Currently, the Armenian courts are considering whether to extradite a young man to Russia sought by the Chechen authorities on bogus charges, where he had been pressured to collaborate with the security services against LGBTIQ plus people. And if he's extradited, he's most certainly going to be subject to torture and even risking his life. This is, again, something the Armenian authorities can do something about, and they should. And it's not a question of law versus not. No, the Armenian constitution and the Armenian courts have plenty of opportunities within the rule of law to not extradite this individual. Broader civil society has a very important role in protecting minority rights. It's absolutely important that organizations like Pink or the Right Side or the Yazidi Human Rights Center document rights and violations and advocate for better policy to protect the rights of their communities. However, certainly these organizations know their communities better than anybody else, and their perspective is really important. But they can't be alone. For many years all over the world, as well as in Armenia, the broader human rights community has often avoided engaging directly with marginalized communities. They say that they don't understand, they don't have the capacity, or they just are being too targeted for their human rights work anyway, and they just don't want an extra thing against them. But experience has shown that human rights defenders are always stronger together than they are separately, that authoritarians will always try to break them up, will always try to undermine their solidarity and water down their collective impact. The best policy, and this is again, we talk about human rights and democracy, it's about policy. You actually need the state to do something. The best policy is developed collaboratively. We know that one of the greatest barriers to decent policymaking is that it's often done in isolation, without the input of the community, without the scrutiny of different perspectives. So not only is a divided civil society and human rights defender community weaker, it's also less informed and less likely to identify nuanced policy solutions to very, very complex problems. This is especially true, again, addressing the rights and protections for marginalized groups. Let's not forget that policymaking is the responsibility of government, and that government needs to ensure that policymaking process is strong and inclusive. It's not the responsibility of civil society to force themselves on government. It's the responsibility of government to invite civil society in. For this reason, key state institutions represented here on this panel must play their role in ensuring inclusivity and perspective, as well as of rights protections. There are some very important priorities in Armenia that collectively government, civil society, and the most affected communities need to work together to address, specifically elaborating the legal framework to protect LGBTQI+ rights, and finally ratifying the Istanbul Convention. I agree with that. There's also, in addition, the government is behind its commitments to introduce legislation supporting the disability rights community. Basically, the last point that I wanted to make is that this is a unique environment. This doesn't happen very often, where you have human rights defenders, civil society, government officials, the prime minister, the president, but also grassroots organizations and organizations representing marginalized communities, and the elite of civil society, all here in the same room. This is unique. We should value it. We should support it. We should make sure that we use our time wisely, because this doesn't happen very often. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for finding the scope, for building the scope, because I want to address my next question to Ms. Armenian, and based on what you highlighted. First of all, Ms. Armenian, thank you for existing, because the most vulnerable, marginalized groups can voice their rights, and together with all of this, it should be said and highlighted that when the scope of the civil society becomes more narrow, the first attack is on the human rights defenders, and also those who deal with LGBTQ plus rights, most vulnerable groups. These are the first victims of this attack. We understand that homophobia and racist policies are now no longer simple narratives, but they are tools for policy. And your mission is very important. In this condition, how is your organization making sure that there is sustainability, because there is a hate speech, there's a lot of attack, and who are your supporters? Does the state stand by you? Thank you. I would like to greet everyone. My name is Armenian. I'm the chairperson of Pink Human Rights NGO, and it is for me a great honor to be present here. That if you ask me a good question, I would like to point out that for now, of course, there are many difficulties to build dialogue, to build bridges between our NGO and the state officials. Which is why I would like to note, first of all, Ms. Anait Manassian's role in this. It is very important for us as a human rights organization, because as a human rights defender plays a big role, and the Constitution sets human rights as protected by human rights defender. In this respect, we are hopeful that we will be able to collaborate together, and also addressing to Ms. Tomasian's question that you have turned to international organization for expertise and for support. I would like to say that on behalf of my friends, colleagues, our NGO, and also the coalition of against violence women, I would like to say that we have a number of reports about gender sensitive policy, and we would be very happy to help you, to support you with whatever we can, because for both of us and also the government, as well as the opposition and all of the citizens of the Republic of Armenia, have the aim and desire to live in a democratic country. Allow me to also note that we cannot talk about democracy if the right of every human is not protected, is not guaranteed. By presenting lesbian, bisexual, gay, and transsexual people, I would like to say that actually most of all are concerned by the state's so-called, in quotation marks, ignorance. That is to say, ignoring these people. As a human rights NGO, every year we state and report the LGBT people's rights violations. And this is available on our official website. You can familiarize yourselves with it. Also, we have comprehensive services to LGBT plus people and their families, if need be. Often, this is not only just a consultation of a social worker, but also legal consultation, psychological consultation, as people who turn to us very often are in dire life circumstances, in crisis. So we're doing our best to ensure that we can help them. We're also facing the turning to police issues connected with this. Of course, if the person wants to apply and turn to the police so that their rights are ensured, we're facing two problems here. First of all, the police often have, or other bodies that have to ensure this, they do not have mechanisms to prevent intolerance. And secondly, even if the police and the investigative body states that they want to protect the rights of our stakeholder, we see that sexual orientation or gender may not be included in the law as a grounds for discrimination, and we cannot promote this. So what we have to do is use other means as stated in the law, other circumstances, which is an expression taken from the law, which allows the police ensuring flexibility, but this is not what it should be like, because they should never decide who the law is for and who the law is not for. The other point is naturally, and Miss Andrea Victorin, Her Excellency, is here, the head of EU delegation to Armenia. Your role throughout all this process is really important for the Armenian community and also for our state and government, because you're providing financial expertise, social support, which has largely contributed to the promotion of democracy in our country. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to Freedom House for the invitations that has been extended. Honorable leader of Freedom House Regional Director, Mr. Mark Berendet, and then also under Anik, I would like to say that once again, we are very ready and willing to cooperate with all state officials and provide all of our reports, expertise, experience, and anything else that would be needed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the questions. I think, in conferences, people do not really like those who talk at length before lunch. So we'll have only 10 minutes for question and answers. 2, at best 3 questions. And to make sure that this is quick, we can listen to the questions, and only then will the speakers address them one by one. One question from here, please. And then. Thank you. To tell you the truth, I would like to address my question to the human rights defender. We talked about Vanadzor, because I myself am from Vanadzor, from Lori Mars, Lori region. There are a number of problems. You have pointed out, that is to say, you have pointed out violence, intolerance. But I would like to draw your attention to something. Before you were appointed as human rights defender, back in 2021, the Odzun head of community from the Mars of Lori, the region of Lori, was beaten. This was talked about in the media, and an owner of the shop was beaten by people, and the human rights defender, that is to say, the representative of the state, did not say anything in this respect. Now we have a problem in Spitak. Don't you think that when this cases of violence are not punished, then this process is simply ongoing? don't mind, we will make sure that there is a question from the, so that we cannot take all the questions. I take one from right, one from center, one from left, so that I am as fair as possible. Please, can you address your question? Please talk in the microphone. Thank you for the opportunity and for the report. Larissa Minasian, independent expert researcher. My question is to Ms. Tomasian and Ms. Manasian, and about the topic security and education. I believe the two, there is no need to explain the link between the two, and Ms. Manasian has already addressed the problems of educational system and the reforms. My question is a bit different. We have a situation where 33% of 10-year-olds have a functional lack of illiteracy. In 8 years' time, this will be our those people who will be electing. Their rights are violated today. In order to restore them in their rights and to change the situation, and these children are in grade 3 or 4, so we have a clear case of corruption when they have had functional illiteracy, but they've still reached the 3rd and 4th grade school. This problem is persisting, has been persisting for around 10 years. These are the figures of 2015. Your urgent changes, not systemic changes, but specifically about these children. How would you restore them in their rights? And how would you get rid of this corruption, the manifestation of this corruption? As a deputy, as a leader of the Standing Commission, and also as human rights defender. Thank you. And one more question, please. Thank you. Professor Khurshudyan, Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum Armenian National Platform Coordinator. My question is to Ms. Manasian and to Ms. Tomasian. The question is about anti-discrimination or legal equality law, which has been chewed over. Many different organizations are working around this. I myself have participated in the discussions, and this was also when one of the previous ombudsman was there, and the question is not moving forward. That is to say, there is no political will from the governing party to fully present a law in the parliament. Why so? Because if all vulnerable groups are engaged or are in part of this law, so there is no discrimination against them, there is a vulnerable group when, even if you mention the name, certain officials have goosebumps. This is LGBTQ plus group. This cannot even be uttered. So this group is not part of this law. So when this law is adopted, this is going to be worse because the discrimination will get worse and it will be institutionalized. So my question is to the new ombudsman, human rights defender. Will you use your contacts with the governing party? Because we know that even though you're now distanced from the governing party, you used to be part of the team. Would you do you make sure that this law is adopted finally? And then I want to say this is about geopolitical influences, the fight against this law be adopted. Also, I would like to turn to Ms. Tomasian, who is also representative of the opposition. When the authorities do not want to talk about this, they say that this is a sensitive issue. And if we bring it to the parliament, people may have negative reactions, and then this can be manipulated by the opposition. As a representative of the opposition, are you happy? Are you ready to support the full adoption of this law in the parliament? Thank you for the questions. It looks like Ms. Manasian and Ms. Tomasian are, they have a lot of questions to address because the majority of your questions is to you. maybe a couple of sentences in brief response. And if time is left, I will also ask the other speakers to provide their comments. Please, we start with you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will be brief and I will try to address the issues. I'll start from the end. Before providing my answer, I would like to say that there was this idea that I was part of the political team. I don't know what political team you're talking about because I have never been any part of a political team. And if you announce that I have been part of an academic circle, academic team or network, then I would say yes, this was corresponding to the truth because most of my life has been dedicated to academic and scientific work. But I've never been any part, any member of a political party. So I will be answering about the content and not about the formality. Indeed, I am a newly elected human rights defender, but from the very first day of my activity, I have talked about the principle of prohibition of discrimination and inequality, at least in all the ambiances where during the months and a couple of days of my activities, I've been able to do so. I've talked about this, I talked about it today as well, and I talk about this publicly. I'm also not afraid to be targeted because I'm always targeted because of this, but I'm not afraid to. You may also have noticed that I was one of these people who were not afraid to be targeted based on national ethnical groups and a number of other situations. I was not afraid of targeting. I even visited Azerbaijani soldiers in Armenia. I publicly announced about this. See, I talked about LGBTQ plus community, their rights, etc. And about this law, I would like to say that during all the possible meetings and during the discussions with the officials, this is not only words, this is also actions. And we try to do our best to contribute to the adoption of this legislation, of this law, because it will also help change public perception, opinion of the society, and form the right practice to answer these questions. Addressing the first question, just because I do not have sufficient time to address questions in depth, but let me say this. When it comes to the violence, of course, it's definite that if you do not punish violence cases, then this leads to newer cases of violence. A number of factors need to be taken into account here so that we have a situation where our societies lacks violence, there is no violence. This is, of course, not a one-step approach. We need systemic approaches, one of which is, and I talk about it constantly, we need to ameliorate, to improve the efficiency of law in Armenia. And I even talked about this in Strasbourg, interagency visit, which I had. And yes, I stated that in this respect, we certainly have certain progress in Armenia, but we're far away from the situation where we could consider that this is sufficient and necessary. So in this direction, serious work needs to be done, and this is not only about words, it's about actions. The human rights staff is working specifically on specific cases, but I do not have enough time to talk about them one by one. And the next point is about the system of education. This contributes most seriously to making sure that stereotypical approaches are spread among people, also about how to build relations in the right light, that your personality is part of the relations, and this is often seen as done through violence. The only way is often perceived to be the violence. So the educational system needs to change. And by that, I also mean the culture, the daily culture, the routine, and how to provide information, how to raise awareness. Addressing the second question, Ms. Minassian highlighted a very important question in connection with this field. who work in a number of directions. And of course, there are certain directions. In particular, these are rights of children, monitoring children's rights. And within this scope, we highly matter the field of the educational system. I would like to state that in agreement with you, often complaints are filed about all types of family-related issues. I do not want to individualize this, personalize this, but orally, just to give you an example, a woman turned to me, not in writing, but orally, and she was complaining about the conditions of her apartment, also violence by neighbors towards the family. And we tried to analyze the situation systemically, and we have revealed that for them and for the society, that it was not important that the child didn't go to school. A 10-year-old child who did not attend school for no reason whatsoever. We immediately contacted the respective legal bodies, and often this question was not so important for this family, and other questions were seen as much more important. This is just an example of the activities we're leading, and right now we also have the Council of Children's Rights that works within the scope of Human Rights Office. Back in Saturday, I met children myself. We regularly exchange information about children's rights, and we do awareness work constantly. Also, there are many other fields of activities which I cannot cover now because of lack of time, because I see that they are hinting at me that I need to wrap up my speech. But we also have an opportunity to have personal discussions and exchange opinions around this question. Thank you. Mr. Masian, please, and if you can, very briefly. Thank you. I tried to be brief. In addressing Mr. Khurshidyan's question, I would like to highlight, and when need be, why am I saying that what we expect from the authorities to deliver their promises? We cannot see this happening. Once again, you voiced a situation where the government is not keeping its promises by providing certain reasons that the opposition may target or manipulate the question. So, when necessary, the opposition is presented in that light, and when necessary, the opposition member is taken away by the guards during their speech. I would like to note then they can do this when necessary. I'm not talking about it myself, my own case, but Kieram Manikian, who was having a speech, undesirable speech for the government, and the court simply took him off the hold. In terms of my readiness, during many different meetings with international polling, I have always expressed my willingness to support, and it's not specifically our commission that needs to, the standing committee that needs to promote this. We cannot initiate this. This is a government that needs to do that. And when this happens, you will see that the opposition, I don't know what the opposition's position would be in general, but what I've always been saying during regular meetings with our colleagues, partners, is that I will be really willing to make tangible steps. The question you asked is really of great concern. And because I'm an MP deputy that has been selected on the basis of rating for the first time from Marxist, from regions. In Armenia, I would like to say that there are certain Marxist regions where certain classes are joined, the grades. So the third and fourth grade is, for instance, joined, and it's just one grade at that school, at the village school. So regularly, we talk about this, but the solution is nowhere to be seen. The regular voicing of this problem may be of some help, but we still have what we have. We have a need for fundamental changes of the educational system. In this context, I would also like to state that, unfortunately, a subject called the history of Armenian Church is no longer taught at schools. And then there was quite a big reaction towards this. And the so-called program was not approved by many circles, by priests, and the educational reform related people. And it should be noted that most probably in the package of educational reforms, this question will be solved. But in the near and distant future, I still do not see that solution. Thank you. And for fairness, we will ask the other three speakers to have a final remark in this respect. Ms. Victorine, we'll start with you, and then to collect, please.
Thank you so much. I want to make some comments because I think certain things are going in the wrong direction. Also to refer to the Human Rights Defender's Office as state institution, yes, it is linked, but I want to underline it is an independent institution. You should have said this as the first thing. So you are not linked to the government, and I have worked for the last 4 years together with this institution. And they were decent and they were following certain things. So here I stand up for the institution. It is not the question, it is even not relevant whether the person before had an official function within a government. Please, it is a person that is elected and with a new task has to be independent. That's it. There was a lot of confusion and also misinformation around the last election, but this I want to make sure. Secondly, I have been here twice, so I can say on certain things I have my own appreciation. There was, unfortunately, when I was here the first time, a lot of corruption. I have to say it clearly. And a lot of money that was also given by the international organizations, including my own government, for example, on education, went in different sources, to say it clearly. So I see now, I stepped for 2.5 years on the feet of the different ministers of education. We have now an education strategy. You will get budget support on this, and with this, you will have the control of the European Union because we will see how you spend the money. But I'm really convinced that we will make progress. But there is a fact that there were things ignored, and if you go to certain village schools, you see it is not a problem existing for 3 years. That's number two. Number three, what I want to see is a constructive approach how to go forward. You see, to say the government is not doing this, then I think, okay, I saw the situation before, so perhaps it was not perfect before, is not helping. What I would like to see from civil society, but also from opposition, and naturally from the government, is a positive description of the way forward. Number four, I'm very much engaged in supporting inclusion. I'm not talking about non-discrimination. I would go a step further. And this includes all rules. And dear Tagui, may I tell you, you have so many experts in this country, by the way, supported by the European Union, supported by the Americans, and supported by the member states. We gladly give you first this list, and there you can line up with certain NGOs. They will give you expertise, and they even know the situation in Armenia best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your observations. I simply wanted to note that because the question is about LGBT people, just as Ms. Manassian highlighted, education has a big role here. You know, in our schools, even though there are different subjects that are removed and other subjects that are introduced, in general, we have to agree that our education is in collapse, both in university and at school. This cannot ensure the decent education of future citizens of Armenia in terms of human rights and in terms of any other scientific academic discipline. We cannot have critical thinking. We don't have people who have critical thinking while they're growing up. As a result, we have the societies that we are intolerant. And also in my expertise, I would like to say that the education of sexuality, sex education is very, very important, so that children understand what sexual orientation is, what healthy sexuality is, gender violence, all of this are combined and interlinked. Also, Ms. Thomasyan's role here is not only in making sure that the law is sensitive, gender sensitive, and being in line with this and adopting laws in line with this, but also by the ethical rights and ethical norms that should be kept and absence of hate of speech. And we talked about it a lot, that from the high instances of the National Assembly, there is often hate speech that is coming. So I think that please make a mental note and follow this up. One small observation about terminology. Often we are using the word LGBT plus LGBTQI and island. I would like to say that I am actually talking about LGBT, but of course plus is also included because there are many different gender identities and people can identify themselves as they wish, really. That's why the plus mark is there. LGBT is a term, you can use it, we can also say LGBT plus. And wrapping up my speech, yeah, I am. And during all of the speeches, I was thinking also about this, that for more than 13 years, I am doing human rights activities in different organizations, NGOs. And for me, the closest issue is the gender issues and women's rights. That's the closest to my heart. And I'm actually sincerely very proud and happy that you all are doing this great work, because I see positive emotions by great work that is done by my partners and colleagues. Let's not forget that hundreds of years ago, women could not be imagined in this role. This was simply unimaginable. And this is a progress. This is where we advance. I hope and I'm sure that we will all work together jointly in this direction. So the LGBT issue should also come to a position that is to say the human rights defense of LGBT will also be as ordinary as the protection of human rights and seeing women have high positions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. A short remark, please.
I don't have too much to say. I just want to comment about the quality of this discussion and the quality of the questions. There really is a change from last year. You know, last year it was very confrontational. And first of all, I'm really happy that we have more diversity here participating in the event. I'm really glad to have someone from the opposition able to engage and discuss and debate about these issues. It's reflective of an improved democratic culture in Armenia. We're so used to being in our bubbles. I mean, I can speak, this in my own context. Civil society is fragmented. People talk to their friends and don't talk to the people that they don't want to talk to. Civil society is divided from government, which is divided from society. Different political parties don't want to talk to each other. You actually have to talk to someone that doesn't agree with you in order to build democracy. Finding people that agree with you is really easy and it's really fun, but you're not going to get any progress. And I think this forum and this discussion today, and hopefully in other forums and other discussions and other mechanisms where people can really actually disagree, because that's the way you find good policy, right? You challenge your assumptions, and yes, we all think we're right. We always think we're right, but when someone politely says, "Yeah, but you forgot this," and that's the way that you can really figure things out. So thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you to our wonderful panelists and speakers. A lot of energy comes from the panel and from the audience. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunities. I personally derived great satisfaction from this. You are now all cordially invited for lunch break, and to the restaurant you can go from the main hall of the main entrance. Everyone is invited, please. Welcome. Yeah. My name is Daniel Leonsian. I am the coordinator of Citizens Union, and it is my greatest honor to be the coordinator of the panel about anti-corruption. And I should say that before 2018 and the revolution after 2018, the anti-corruption, in terms of anti-corruption, it should be said that civil society had almost a consensus that we're just opposing camps with the authorities. After 2018, we saw that the situation changed and our perception changed. And during the I can say that the civil society is much more cooperating with authorities and in a way is in the same camp and not in the opposition camp. In this respect, a number of processes happening. Probably you've heard of the new 4-year anti-corruption program. But very recently, we have found out that when we talk about corruption or good governance for the public, yeah, we have a problem. We have a partner with whom we have so much more to do in terms of work. Sorry for the technical errors. Maybe there's an error with the sound. So we had more room for cooperation and also to make sure that there is support. I'm talking about the Ministry of Finance because mostly it should be said the traditional colleagues in this field, anti-corruption committee, anti-corruption prevention committee, Ministry of Justice, but when it comes to public finances, procurement, and all of these processes, in reality, much work is still to be done. And I believe that when it comes to the civil society, it's not duly engaged, but it should get more. I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Vahe, who leader of the agency that is discussing this important in this. Please, Mr. Vansen. Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me to this event today. In all reality, we're discussing a very important question. And first, I would like to highlight my ideas of what we call corruption. First of all, if we look at the content of the word, or we try to understand what it is, we will see that this is more about inefficiency, about the fact that the system fails us. Because if we are looking at corruption as through the lens of bribery or patronship, this is just a type of all of these failures. Because if we do our costs in a non-efficient way, or as a result of these costs, the problems that we have to solve cannot be solved in the right way, in the right capacity. I would also call this failure. That is to say, inefficient use of public means. So what is the Ministry of Finance doing in this respect? That we're playing a very important role here, because first of all, when it comes to the planning of means and in terms of strategy, this is the biggest responsibilities that we have. And that is to say, the gatekeeper is the Minister of Finances ministry. And in this respect, we have a number of initiatives where we need to try to increase the efficiency of the government's management of our public means. In one sense, this is about the procurement system, where I will talk about this in greater detail later. But first off, I will talk about the budgeting where together with the civil society, we would say a National Assembly and broad audience, their increased engagement is really important. We cannot improve our systems in a due way if the civil society is not interested or is not having supervision over these processes. Of course, best so our daily work we could be improving that. Yet there is a fact, an unfortunate fact that has to be highlighted. Even though we try to involve the civil society in the processes, the participation is not so high. Very recently, I saw an account, a report that was about 2024-2026 midterm cost program and the public participation in it. And I could see that in terms of this public discussions, it should be said that the big number of our state organizations state policies did not happen because no participant has actually expressed a desire to participate in these discussions, because we have regulations due to which every decision of the budget needs to be discussed, the application needs to be discussed with the interested, the beneficiaries, the civil society. So here, of course, it should be said that I would not like to say that the problem is only in terms of the civil society, because we should also do our best to make sure that this information is more accessible to all parties involved, and we need to stir interest for the work that we have done and that we have been doing. This, of course, is bilateral work that we will continue to implement. What comes to the procurement system, when we are regarding and taking a look at the indicators in terms of the quantity of the participants and the competition-based, tender-based approaches, as well as the transparency of the presentation of the data, I would like to say that the data are improving. However, they're far from being satisfactory. And in the near future, we're awaiting great changes. I'm talking about the information technologies. And we hope this would really improve substantially both transparency and accountability, as well as this from the point of view of policy. When we're talking about whether or not the information is accessible, I can talk about this at length. And if there are any questions later on, I would like to address this in greater detail. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. In fact, it's difficult to disagree with you. Very recently, we have found out that when it comes to the procurement, there are transparency mechanisms where the civil society members have not even tried to use this to see whether these tools function and operate well, what their efficiency might be. So yes, indeed, there is still much work to be done in this respect. I should note that in Armenia, during the recent 5 years, the fight against corruption is very strongly associated with the institution of avoiding punishment. And of course, no regulation, no legislation will be meaningful if in practice we do not see these tools that would necessitate these mechanisms. And one of the most important ones in here is the unavoidance of punishment. And in terms of corruption, one of these bodies, the most important bodies that guarantees this, is the Anti-Corruption Committee that was created back in 2021. And right now it has been established and is still on the way to establishment. I would like to present Mr. Sason Khachatian, who is head of the Anti-Corruption Committee and is our next speaker. He has been not only, it's actually starting with 2018, not only 2021. He's been associated as a figure who fights against corruption through criminal and other legal mechanisms. Mr. President, please. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. And in all reality, such meetings are of great importance so that we have a direct link between the implementers of the policy, between those who work in this policy, and these people are the beneficiaries of all of this. First of all, because today's idea is centered around human rights, I could state that the defense of human rights as a highest value, if it is accepted as the highest value in the society and this corruption-free society, these are absolute synonyms, or if not, then at least we can say that corruption-free society is a prerequisite for human rights. That is to say, if a human is valued as the highest chain element, and I believe that no one can cast doubt on this. In all reality, as mentioned by Mr. Ionisyan, in the recent years, the anti-corruption fight has been institutionalized. We are all aware of this. We know that there is corruption prevention committee that has emerged and been established, anti-corruption committee and specific agencies in the prosecutor's office, main prosecutor's office, and also agencies that deal with illegal property. Right now, we're at the finish line of the three-level professional judiciary creation, which maybe is not the results are not so visible for the time being that have already been recorded, but trust me, the results are there. And to prove this, I would like to provide certain statistical information. As far as you know, the institution was established back in October 2021 as a specific investigative body, the peculiarity of which is that this body has investigative agency. Since the beginning, we have been in actually around 50% of the vacancies have not yet been filled in, and this is conditioned by the strict standards, by the very powerful filters that are the basis of the formation of this institution. And maybe this is the price that we need to pay to make sure that there are elections that are transparent and accountable, full of accountability. It is yet an undeniable fact that today we have this choice. We have the mechanism of transparent institution, and part of the committee is also international experts, representatives of the civil society, of the government. So much is done to ensure the work of such people who deserve to work in this institution. I am satisfied, I may mention with great delight that even though the institution has not been fully established, we, for the time being, have a growth of corruption cases. It may be curious what I have just said, that I highlighted this as a positive development, but talking about legal statistics, it's called legal statistics as such, there is an axiomatic truth. That is that latent growth of latent crimes should be regarded as a positive event. Today, we have a growth of corruption crimes, and this is conditioned by the fact, not the fact of the growth of corruption-related crimes, but, as I said, by evidence-based of science. This is a scientific hypothesis that the growth of corruption cases is just talking about is just testifying to the improvement of the situation of revealing, detecting cases of corruption. Right now, there are, during this year, 1,003 criminal cases have been investigated. I would like to specify the numbers. Allow me to do so. As of today, we already have, in terms of corruption work, there are 61 cases, 135 persons are accused, and this is at the court now. And taking into account the factor that there are only 40 investigators, I should note that this is not a bad indicator, not a poor indicator. And as rightfully mentioned by Mr. Ionisyan, the most important indicator of our work is not this work, the number of people that have been taken to court, but that's a perception. That the perception that our work needs to generate in the society. The main aim of the work is that we need to have the awareness of unavoidability of responsibility amongst the society. And if this is not formed, no strict punishment can affect the positive dynamics of corruption cases, cannot affect the dynamics of corruption cases positively. As of the institutions, this is what I wanted to say for the time being. We collaborate very well with representatives of civil society, as well as other state bodies. And it is my hope that in the near future, the society will have the perception that the formation of the anti-corruption committee helps solve a big problem, a major problem in this respect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khachatyan. Indeed, I should agree with you. I should agree with you in that when we're talking about corruption, or if we're talking about any crime, the effective work of the unavoidability of punishment is not only a question of will, but also a question of capacity. So in this respect, it is essential that the capacity of the Anti-Corruption Committee is gradually recording progress and improving. I would like to note that any process cannot be democratic and cannot be considered normal in a democratic society if there is no decent supervision over that process. There are NGOs that have the oversight and supervision mechanisms that they are exerting to ensure that there is objective information given to the society regarding the ongoing reforms. And one of these organizations is the organization that is called Protection of Rights Without Borders, the NGO that has had a long span of experience both in both aspects. And I would like to present our next speaker, President of Protection of Rights Without Borders NGO, Mr. Rex Melkonian. Please, Mr. Melkonian, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Ionisyan. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to everyone for this opportunity, because it's a very important topic we're discussing. It's about the efforts, anti-corruption efforts, and the transparency, accountability of this process. I would like to present the results of our organization, NGO. Of course, any anti-corruption effort is not efficient unless there is no public trust towards these processes, and the transparency and accountability of this process is essential for democratic societies, for the corruption prevention. During the recent years, we have been observing the work of judges and their qualifications, also judges of the anti-corruption court, and also anti-corruption committee officials are supervised by us. We do oversight. We have also been observing for the candidates, for the open competition for the candidates of prosecutors. Actually, we're the only organizations that does all these three processes, mechanisms from the point of view of public accountability, that is trying to assess the situation. It should be admitted though that the processes are different and the institutions that have been implemented in these processes in terms of the involvement of corruption-free persons, and this is about the decent conduct, that's what I will talk about. It is very important because when we're talking about decent good conduct and we're also talking about anti-corruption, then these institutions can only be very efficient in that case. So in terms of the transparency of the processes, yes, we observe these processes, we could be involved, we could get the permission to observe these processes. It should be said that we have quite difficult situations that need to be addressed. As opposed to the anti-corruption committee and prosecution, the discussions about the selection of people are held in a consultation room and the decisions are made in a closed room. That is to say, a public transparency and accountability for the selection of this or that person is not there. Of course, the public information and the corruption committee and the prosecution is open, but it should be said that if there is an observer, we can discuss good conduct. That is to say, we can understand what is important by this quality assessment, or the quality assessment. We have situations where people were selected, which we had negative assessment in all three aspects. Of course, there was a precedent when the president of the Republic did not appoint people that were listed as judges, especially because of the conduct. And then president drew the attention to right conduct, and then these people were taken off the list. I would not like to assess this because this is about court, and the court should see them. But we also have the same situation with in the court. We see a person appointed who has negative contact assessment, and this was not the same approach. So we see that this integrity or right conduct is a problem. This is a problem in terms of this context, public trust, and also the ongoing work of the judge, that the person with a negative integrity, negative conduct cannot be a judge, especially of the anti-corruption court. What is the problem about this integrity and conclusions related to integrity? When we're talking about accountability and transparency, we have to understand what the conclusions of integrity are and how to ensure their transparency. Of course, these conclusions are of consulting origin. They are advice. And then there is this president in terms of the court who needs to also look into this. But this needs to be publicly available so that the Corruption Prevention Committee has transparency and accountability, which is ensured, as well as to a different end, so that the accountability of those bodies that lead to increase in responsibility, those who select and appoint persons at such high positions. Just to add to Mr. Khachaturian's words, I would like to say that the anti-corruption committee qualification subcommittee, and I think this is a positive indicator, during this year, no people with negative integrity conduct have been engaged in the works. Last year, we had a case like that when a person with negative integrity was appointed. But this year, this is a positive change that the anti-committee examined. No person with negative integrity has been selected. The same is for prosecution. I'd like to state that much attention is paid to integrity and assessment of integrity. But again, we have people with negative integrity. In the context of transparency, it is essential to also regard the mechanisms, the process of promotion. It is done in the absence of any public transparency. In terms of prosecution, there is no means to ensure this, the public transparency. It is also true of the promotion of advancement of judges to the Court of Appeal, for instance. And again, the civil society does not have any opportunity to be engaged in observing these processes. The criteria are not clear how these judges are selected, because legally it is stipulated that these are people who are selected, who have competencies, so that they can go to the Court of Appeal, for instance. And what are the skills and competencies? This is not clearly stipulated in the law, and even is that's a decision of the High Court Council, and this is not transparent either. So when we are talking about this, and transparency and accountability public. And in this context, of course, some legal changes are necessary. We can discuss them. Should you have any questions in this respect, so that the processes would be more transparent, and then so this would be done because there are institutes that are formed, and they need to do the right mandate, to follow the right mandate, because the stakeholders are the citizens of the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Armenia itself. For that, certain activities need to be ensured. That's how I would like to wrap up for the time being. If there are any questions, I would be happy to address them. Thank you. Allow me to present our next speaker, who is the Director of Transparency International Anti-Corruption Center, Executive Director. And I should say that Transparency International, both globally and locally, it is a key actor in fight against corruption. And in Armenia, it's one of the most established organizations, which, as far as I remember myself, as far as I remember, it does a very important work in corruption prevention, both in presenting the proposals and detecting objective realities, so to ensure new quality in anti-corruption reforms and discussions around these reforms. Please, Sayvazian. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Frankly speaking, I have decided to talk a bit more in a more all-encompassing way. It is not necessarily directly targeted around anti-corruption institutions or anti-corruption problems, corruption-related problems. We have all witnessed a situation where, in the aftermath of the revolution, there have been quite high expectations by the citizens, and promises were made. Quite ambitious agendas were formed. It was offered to have an institutional system in a comprehensive way, and certain steps were taken in establishing this system. At the same time, for a variety of reasons, certain objective reasons and also certain subjective reasons, also because of delays, the result that was expected was not there. So the expectations of this high level clashed with not fully established reality, and they have led to disappointment, which is the reason why, in particular, when we're talking about decrease in public trust, and also social studies shows this from 2019 to 2023, end of 2022, for this period of time, the fight against corruption was considered effective by 43% of people, as opposed to the past 67%. This is a significant decrease, and vice versa. So that were of the opinion that the fight against corruption is not effective. That percentage rose from 4 to 22. Of course, this regress was reflected in the perception of corruption, and for 2 years there was a non-stop progress from 35%. There was a leap to 43% after the revolution, and then there was this regress. So we are afraid that this may be a tendency that has come to stay, and because there's this forecast that, especially if we compare this for Korea to this may be the case, especially if we look back at the previous year, and the measurements of public opinions have also come to show the situation. So there's two indices that are measured by the business expertise organizations, also by local organizations and NGOs. They are compatible. This shows to a large extent in our vision the general picture. This leads to great concern. Why so? This is of great concern for the fight against corruption and for democracy in general. And as Director of Freedom House rightfully pointed it out, this is one of the pillars of democracy, that is to say, the fight against corruption. And seeing corruption, we need to highlight a certain principles that need to be in place so that the fight against corruption is considered effective. And that is trust towards these bodies, which unfortunately is not yet there. And still there is a tendency to decrease. There need to be involved different institutions. Of course, there is a specialized system of anti-corruption systems. We call it architecture. And apart from this, it should be seen in the conduct of each citizen. So there should be this requirement, demand of each citizen, so that there should be fight against corruption. And corruption, we're not only looking at the efficiency of corruption, but we prefer to call it a situation when things are spoiled. Why so? Because the word spoil shows the real essence, nature, and general for our society, for our values. Unfortunately, we should say that this has been spoiled. We've not been able to overcome this. We unfortunately see institutions, specialized anti-corruption institutions, and other institutions as well. We see their engagement, and we see a need for engagement of the citizens, as Mr. Ionisian has rightly pointed out. As of now, 2023 to 2026, strategy, anti-corruption strategy is being developed. It is still being developed, and it is my belief that in months it will be open for public discussions, it will be visible. It's quite ambitious as a program, and as of now, at the draft stage, it is really ambitious, and it addresses the establishment of the institutional system, the key problems, and we think that if this program is a reality, we can see great progress. The system of integrity, good conduct, inventory, so improvement of the assurance of transparency, and with party financing of the parties, oversight over financial mechanisms, strengthening the oversight. Also in terms of the legal system, improvement of the legal system, and strengthening of institutions, boosting the capacities, solution to certain vulnerabilities of the system, a great role that would be attributed to education, as well as this. It is targeted, and so that starting with preschool, with kindergarten, a child should understand already what is good and what is bad, so that corruption phenomena, corruption-related phenomena can be distinguished by the child as early as possible. As well as this, business and business integrity, so specific focus around this, which has not yet been the case, but now, with the help of international institutions, this is realized, and a general strategy aimed at the improvement and development of these institutions. And as I've mentioned, if we realize all these ambitious programs, then we will record a big progress. And in any case, we believe that this is not enough, not sufficient. So in the USA, there is a Forum for Democracy in Prime Minister's speech, it was mentioned that there are commitments, and within the scope of these commitments, the perception of anti-corruption needs to rise from 46 to 60%, and this is quite a big leap, quite a big increase that needs to be recorded. That is to say, this is exactly the same, almost the same number that was there before, 1 year after the revolution. And this is not only about institutionalization, but there should be other events as well, because this is quite an ambitious program. I would like to reiterate that point. And in general, in the fight against corruption, this should not be just a strategy. This needs to be introduced, implemented in terms of different approaches, different systems, different strategies that are in place. And I would like to point out that certain problems which essentially affect human perceptions by humans, and also fight against corruption, as well as efficiency. Certain such problems to be highlighted by me are as follows. I believe this is not an exhaustive list, but allow me to rate them. This is public engagement, public involvement in development of strategies, in certain legal acts and in decision-making processes. I'm delighted that in the recent months we have recorded certain progress, at least when we're talking about the approaches of high officials, opposition officials, and this problem is, it seems, perceived as an important one, as a serious one, which is an obstacle in terms of fight against corruption and democracy. This is unacceptable if there is no progress. So we need to have public engagement, public participation, opportunities for oversight, supervision, and increase of accessibility, including also different databases which are state-related. And of course, I do not mean those that contain confidential information, but also the application processes, that is to say, monitoring processes also, and even in small decision-making. So culture needs to be the practice for the time being. And of course, we have colleagues, friends, acquaintances with whom we sometimes manage to have a dialogue, but usually these are very discreet. These are not regular, and there is no institutional approach towards this. We're hopeful that the processes that have been initiated would lead to certain positive results and institutionalization of public involvement. The next point I would like to draw attention to is that we are able to issue large-scale strategies, and the institutions would work and operate, but all of this can have a failure if certain officials have a contact, which again, I'm not saying that this is a regular, this is not regular pattern, but certain such cases, and we know that there are communication technologies that allow to spread this quite quickly, and then the approach towards the contact, towards ethical norms, towards communication with citizens, with journalists, with different civil society institutions. Ethics needs to become valued and respected. Right now, we regard it as if it's something specific for which we need to do capacity building, but this has to be integrated with our daily life, with our upbringing, so that the citizens know how to talk to them, how to, so in their daily life. In general, there should be feeling of what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, and unfortunately this is because it is not punished. Fortunately, we see certain such manifestations which are not duly assessed by a certain political force or the public, also by the civil society. There are certain such situations which are creating perceptions that things have not changed. This has also been the case in the past, and we see this quite often, parallels that are drawn with such very similar manifestations in the past and now as well. And also I'm going to talk about clash of interests. This has to be regarded much more seriously, as has been mentioned. And I may be taken, but this was Vartine, people who have been appointed, some from the same organization or party are still there. This may not be as widespread as the past, but this is still there. Next, I would like to talk about systemic changes. Of course, we have had de facto elections. We have seen the progress that is there, but we think that nothing is irreversible. And unfortunately, democracy calls for daily work by all actors, as well as commitment, daily commitment. Of elections, I would like to talk about the usage of administrative resources. Not everything can be regulated with the scope of law, and then just to say, law has been violated. Certain elements need to become an integral part of the culture, and the leadership of the dominant party in integrity, good conduct needs to be there. Making sure that good examples are spread and that they are exemplary in their conduct. So, in general, this needs to be really taken seriously, both by citizens and civil society members and political parties. So, I'm trying to say that we should not use gaps in the law to say, okay, this is not regulated by law, then this is permissible. The opposite should be true. It should show integrity and set an example of what integrity and good conduct should be like, which would also lead and ensure free and fair elections. And otherwise, fairness can always be cast doubt on. And the last point I would like to highlight is that there are different strategies, OGP, and also open governance partnerships. There is anti-corruption strategy in place. Also, strategies. Much work is done. Many events are planned, which would essentially help promote progress in reality. However, these are not part of the agenda of the programs. And when it comes to the parliament, this is in the most dilapidated situation. Certain people from the parliament are here present. But I'm talking about the norms of ethics. I'm talking about oversight, about the functions of the parliament, of the executive body, and also as a tool of fight against corruption. Ms. Aybazian, I'm finishing up 2 sentences. Because the parliament itself is transparent in its activities toward it ensures the link between citizens and the oversight and the parliament. So these are important issues that are overlooked. Our government, different branches, executive, legislative, they need to address this issue using different means and strategies. And as I've already mentioned, fight against corruption and fight for democracy are daily work. Should not be only limited by certain work and performance of these institutions. Thank you, Mr. President. It should be said that since we have started, we are running behind the agenda, but I think we have 15 more minutes for discussion. And abusing my being the moderator, I would like to ask a question. When we're talking about the public field, I would like to draw your attention to public finances. And as you have mentioned, rightfully so, there is certain lack of interest of the public in this respect. I fully agree with you in this. And Mr. Khachatryan may agree that when we're talking about corruption cases, more than half of criminal cases are related to public finances. In this respect, Mr. Hovhannisyan, what changes are expected in the procurement system of the financial systems which need to be pushing to decrease the corruption risks and corruption manifestation, and on the other hand, to see how the civil society or the community of journalists can be involved to a greater extent. Thank you for a very important question. And there is something really essential that needs to be changed, the nearest future. As you're well aware, in the Ministry of Finances, there is a sub-department called Financial Oversight Department, or as it is commonly known, it deals with finances in the popular language, common language. So this body deals with the oversight of financial budget, state budget, and its control. To make sure whether this means have been spent in line with our regulations and legislation. In the near future, we plan to dissolve this department and to hand over the functions to the state oversight, because in a way there is duplication, overlapping of the functionality. Even though the function of state oversight has a bit of a different function, still by law, these two have to be brought together, merged. Instead, we're creating a function, if I may call it so, which regretfully has not existed previously in our country. This is a function of assessment, of evaluation. That is to say, we envisage that the nearest future, for the years to come, to implement monitoring of our programs that we're doing, so that we are able to understand to what extent the money that we spend benefits the society. From the point of view of corruption, it may be of greater interest who has made what violences or abuses in their functions. But from the point of view of the Ministry of Finances, what matters more is that there can be bigger waste in the case where we have billions of Armenian branded programs, and the beneficiaries have to use this, but then the impact is not so big. Maybe no one has stolen anything, everything is fine, but still we need to make sure that the policies that we're implementing can be duly and effectively done, and we can have lessons learned. Also, the programs that are ongoing that have not yet been completed need to be in line with this. We can do assessment of ongoing programs, understanding thus the programs are not well performed, and try to understand what the results are, the expected results, but bettering and ameliorating the expected results. So seeing what the changes can be throughout the process. Apart from all of this, there is also another positive side that I would like to draw your attention to. It is as follows. Very often, and this was also the case in the past, many programs had non-clear results, and if we have an assessment function in place, then the oversight to make sure that the result indicators of any program would be clearly defined would allow us to have real beneficiaries, because later on these people have to come, double check and see whether the results are there. So if from the very beginning we don't specific results, then we do not specific result assessments, then we don't know how to assess whether this is done well or not so well. So I believe that this reform is essential, is crucial, which in the years to come will lead to a much more higher efficiency of the systems. And what comes to corruption itself, or if we regard more broadly, then we need to improve our accountability system, make it more accessible, because very often when we are talking about figures, people do not understand this terminology, the figures and numbers. So they try to avoid this, because maybe everyone thinks that they are not experts in this to address questions, to ask the questions. I think that our language needs to be more accessible, And accountability needs to be done through a more accessible language as such. The policies need to be more understandable in terms of the terminology for our public, so that the interest of sustainable society towards the work that we're doing would also grow, would increase as such. Thank you. Thank you. About cost efficiency, the institutional assessment is quite new. And now I would like to turn to the audience. Please, Ms. Minas, your question, please. Thank you. Thank you so much for the speeches. All of the speeches were really interesting. And if I may, I will ask two questions. Thank you, Minister Khachaturian, for talking about two terms, which are human rights and corruption. It's good that you have used them both in the same context, because this is also the approach by UN. And this is the only right approach. In 2013, and if I'm mistaken, so now we'll correct my mistake, Transparency International assessed, all Armenian citizens assessed education as the most corrupted field. This has led to a situation where we had 18-year-old young people, 10% of which were illiterate. In 2015, we had a situation where 33% of 10-year-olds were illiterate, and now the tendency is growing. The situation has worsened. Last year, we had this number, and this recent number is not so representative because it's been segmented, but this was 44% of children who are illiterate in mathematics so far. And this is an institutional problem. Yeah, I would like to ask a question. Does your organization have a strategy that can target, and as figures are showing, this is still the most corrupted field, to target that field, to improve the situation? And as a lawyer, how do you see the, not after the reform, but right now restoring the children in their rights? How do you see that? My second question is about finances. And excuse me, I'm not an expert in this. Still, there's another number, a figure, World Bank has shown it, that during 10 days, 10 billion US dollars have been taken out of the country. And back then, the country had a legal system. So I'm talking about this money laundering. And back then, I passed $20,000 from Armenia, transferred from Armenia for the studies of my son, who was studying abroad at that time. So how is this, what would you say about this? Do we have any mechanisms that, and do we have a trustworthy system that would not allow this to repeat institutionally? Thank you. And the last question, in the new strategy, can we say that education, and I'm not talking about corruption, I'm not talking about restoring integrity, the educational system from the spoil that you were talking about, whether this is included or not? Thank you. Because our time is very limited, if you don't mind, let's collect the questions and then answer all of them. Mr. Mehrabian. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, part of our discussion is called the challenges of the security and democracy in that light. I would like to hear your assessment. To what degree are the challenges of our national security assessed in their hierarchy, in their cause and effect? And just to give you an example, 5 years have elapsed after the revolution and 32 years after independence. Our strategic ally is a country that is ruled by criminal bands and is a tool more crime. So relations with this country, what is this? Is it a corruption risk? Is it a threat? This is all of it. This is also a dire failure. I would like to hear your assessment. How well has this been assessed? The challenges in general, internal and external. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mushek Rights of disability, people with disabilities. My question is directly connected with human rights, and these are related. These are about ways of abusing authorities, and but they are also related to each other. And the corruption-related abuse very often is leading to the problems with discriminated groups that are discriminated, but this is not reflected in any of the strategies. And my question is as follows. And I would like to ask a question. During your work, do you remember any cases where people who were discriminated and their organizations, and I'm not even talking about persons with disabilities, because such a discussion has not been there in the Ministry of Finances or in the Anti-Corruption Committee, but in general, when we're talking about people who are discriminated, have you ever invited to hear their opinion about discrimination, about corruption? And if not, what is this talk indicating? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Because I promised the speakers that we will finish at 3 p.m. I will just offer that you just briefly address in turn, and we try to do this within 2 minutes each. Please, Mr. Robinson. When it comes to the question that was addressed to me, I'm not the one to answer this question, because this question is within the domain of the central bank, and it is a central bank that does the regulation of the banking system. But what I can say is that, to the extent that I'm aware, the central bank, especially during the last year, has been doing quite strict oversight systems in terms of the payment of the financing systems, about the illegal deals and the flows of money, inflow and outflow, and to prevent illegal inflow and outflow. So there is also quite a good cooperation with international colleagues, US and EU, so that the standards defined by them, that we can meet these standards. But I think they will be able to address this question in greater detail. This much, I guess. To the other question, actually, maybe the meeting, the name of it different. It's written. No, this is true of the event, but not of our panel. But we talk about this generally. I would like to say that for me, this is also important problem. And the Prime Minister also mentioned it in his speech: the education. The absence of education, in other words, which is the biggest risk for me. And I believe that the government has set this as the most important priority, one of the most important priorities. So much work is done in this respect. I hope that in the midterm, at least, we would be able to see more vivid results. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, please. I will start with the question of Ms. Minasian. I fully agree with you that the absence of education and the laws, gaps of the education are the basis of all of the catastrophes. An example to illustrate this, a recent example. In the last months, the Union of Informed Citizens, as well as Transparency International, these two organizations held meetings with students, and during these meetings, which were very active, It was a question rose as to whether you are satisfied with the overarching fight. And we did a test with the students of the funded to see whether all of you who are dissatisfied with the anti-corruption fight, are you doing whatever you can? Are you doing your best for this fight so that we can succeed in this fight? Because it should be said that we're looking at the consequences, but we need to address the root causes. And the root causes are also related to the absence of education in this respect. So what was the test about? The test was as follows. Who among you know people who have found a different way to make sure that their child or their relative would not go to the army, or someone who would get an award, military award? Do you have a friend who was driving while not sober? And in all cases, it was 100% positive answer. And we see a situation where no one is ready to alarm about this. I don't know whether this is good or bad. This is also connected with our upbringing. So we will not be able to change that within a decade or within 2 decades for that matter. But what we need to do is we need to go in that direction. We need to include this education, because a child has to understand that it's not good to break the law, that it's not a shame to voice it. And what comes to the education and abuse in the field of education, I would like to say that actually there was a person who was detained, and it's a person from the this is a dean of the economic department of the Iran State University, the deputy dean, professors, lecturers, and I agree that we have a problem in this field. In reality, in the light of the recent discoveries, this problem is central. And yes, I'm convinced that we are responsible for this generation. And at the same time, we have commitments to give good education to them, proper education to them. I agree with you in this. The question of Mr. Maydan was a bit, it's about outer politics. So allow me to skip your question, because this is a domain of the external policy and it's beyond my competence, beyond my domain. What comes to discrimination and people who are discriminated against, and working with people who are discriminated against, you know, everyone who is turning to us with this or that problem today is that the person thinks that they are discriminated against. So let's say a person whose application has been turned down, so there's been negative response to this by a state body, by an official. This person automatically identifies themselves as someone that has been discriminated against. I may be mistaken in understanding the essence of your question, because do you mean a specific group of people? This group, we've not highlighted such a group. We've not highlighted or separated singled out such a group. In our daily work, we deal with these people. We communicate with people whose rights have been violated, and so these people can be identified as people who have been discriminated against. I would say, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Ms. Melkovi. Thank you. I believe that corruption is a problem of national security. Bad education is a problem of national security. Corruption in the field of education is even a bigger issue. Consequently, in this field and in the field of education, the eradication of it needs to really be a priority for the state. And all of the bodies that have such authority, and among the speakers, among also the civil society, this is also a problem of the field of education. So this needs to be done. Allow me to address the questions. the participation of the civil society in budgeting. As mentioned by Mr. Minister, there is a big information gap. The civil society is not informed of such meetings. This is simply on the website. I'm sorry to say that, but we're not checking the updates of the websites daily to see if there is any news, and there is bigger need for awareness raising. Our organization has only participated in the discussion of the budget of the judiciary because we have not received any public information about this, and the public information is limited. This is no participation. Maybe somewhere this is posted that today there will be discussion, so all the NGO are participating with the nation. You know, people have to be invited. People have to be given these opportunities, and there are many methods to make sure that the discussions are done at a good level. Allow me to address the policy development and the public participation in this. An example that I would like to give. Mr. Irazek was talking about it, the participation of the National Assembly. Unfortunately, we're the deputy who was here who left, but the participation is very of the public in the National Assembly, and it's not good at all. And we have the corruption-related big problems about anti-participatory, non-transparent, non-accountable process, where during the second reading of the law on corruption, there was an essential change, and we just got
legislative body without any public hearing, public consultation. Yet another example of how both the parliament and the policies are not done in a way, not so that in 2 years' time we would have a change, and without the discussion with the public, this would be the case. This much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Iversen. Because I'm going to talk, I've already talked for long, I will try to be brief in addressing the questions. Ms. Minassian, answering your question about the anti-corruption strategy, fields have not been involved in this, but what has been involved is an event, an activity. I think it will be adopted. This is an assessment of corruption risks, and based on this, there would be developed anti-corruption activities. But I believe that because we're having the problem of resource distribution, it would be possible to turn to the government and consider the field of education as a priority and do the assessment of the risks and further activities. This is what I wanted to say. Also to add, by addressing the test by Mr. Khachaturian, this is very typical. And unfortunately, this is our sad reality, that indeed there are also cases like this where this is how the picture is formed, that the corruption is a national security problem, and it's a national security problem for each citizen. So we need to simply set this as an indicator so that we reach a level where it is a shame to voice it, but it is a shame to not voice it. Only then will we be able to reach certain tangible results if such situations are detected before they threaten the security. And in this regard, what I highly value in the context of the strategy is a review of the systems that are not functioning. Some systems need to be fully revised. There are not many solutions, but this needs to be a problem to be addressed. Thank you. Thank you for what you said, Ms. Irazek, Mr. Khachaturian. And I think this is also because we've not had a statehood for many centuries. If someone has conquered you and is dictating the rules, then it's not a shame to actually violate this laws because they are conquerors. But if you have democracy and you have a state and this is the laws of your own state, then you breaking them is a bit should be a shame. And I hope that throughout time, as a result, we will also see this transformation. Thank you so much. dear speakers. Thank you to the audience. Thank you for having accepted our invitation. A technical announcement. Now we'll have a small coffee break, after which we'll have a closing ceremony, and then we'll have a small concert. And I'm inviting all of you also to the closing ceremony. Thank you so much.
Սիրելի ընկերներ, խնդրում եմ բոլորին մոտենալ այս կողմ, ֆորումի փակման կապակցությամբ լսենք Շուշիկի խմբին, որից